Low 90s, got some sunshine for the first half of the day, a few afternoon clouds, and a small chance for a storm pushing across the plains this evening. With the Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team, I'm meteorologist Travis Michaels.
Your next vacation just got even better with Aer Lingus, the Irish airline. Fly nonstop from Denver to Ireland and connect to over 25 European cities. Get great fares now on airlingus.com. That's airlingus.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Mike Dubusky. At the Supreme Court today, justices ruled on an executive order that aims to limit birthright citizenship in the U.S., granting a win to the Trump administration.
Justice Amy Coney Barrett goes out of her way in the majority opinion to say the court has not yet decided whether the president's birthright citizenship order is constitutional. But she does say it's beyond the power of a single district court judge to make that decision for the whole country. This means the administration can move forward within the next 30 days to implement the executive order, except in the specific cases of the individual plaintiffs whose suits in this matter are still pending in court.
ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy. The court also decided that a Texas law requiring age verification for online pornography is constitutional. Justices also ruled that parents do have the right to opt their children out of reading LGBTQ books in public school. This is ABC News. Congress has 1 week to pass the Republican spending bill according to the 4th of July deadline that President Trump has laid out. ABC News senior political correspondent Rachel Scott at the White House says that's created a scramble in the Senate.
First are the holdouts. There are a handful of Republicans who are just not on board yet. Some are worried about the amount of spending. By some estimates, it could add trillions of dollars to the deficit. Others worried about changes to Medicaid, which could leave 11 million people without coverage. Republicans are also looking into changes on the so-called provider tax, which has been a major part in how states pay Medicaid bills. Major hospital groups are warning against it, saying that this is going to force hospitals to shut down.
Wedding bells are ringing for Amazon founder Jeff Bezos and his fiancée Lauren Sanchez. They're set to tie the knot this weekend in a lavish ceremony in Venice, Italy. The event has drawn protests, as well as a number of high-profile attendees like Oprah Winfrey, Kim Kardashian, and Ivanka Trump. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40, 1 more if you're not physically active, another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes, another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger, 2 if you're very overweight, and 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
A second suspect has been arrested after a missing girl from Aurora was found in Las Vegas. Mark Polino with the Aurora Police Department says investigators trying to determine if the case may be part of a larger human trafficking ring.
The one shocked me because the level of planning that went into this and the level of the time it took to gain the trust of the person online and then to hatch this plan.
Investigators arrested 26-year-old Christian Williamson of Kremling. He's accused of picking up the girl from her home, driving her to a hotel in Lakewood. They also arrested 25-year-old Cameron Scruggs, who allegedly drove the girl from Colorado to his house in Las Vegas. Denver's Metropolitan State University planning to offer on-campus housing by 2027. The university announcing the construction of its first student residence hall, a 12-story building. The $117 million project will be built on the university's former baseball field across from Ball Arena. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the new Comedy Save Me podcast. All right, couple of problems out here right now, still dealing with the accident. In fact, out on the east side of I-70 westbound at Central Park, just approaching 270 with the left lanes blocked and pretty solid jamming all the way back to about Chambers or so. Pena running just a little heavy to and from the airport. And we've got what appears to be an accident also northbound coming into downtown at 6. Left lane there with a backup to Broadway. It looks like it's going to stay slow past that as you're coming in through downtown. North end I-25 looks pretty good. A little slowing south from it looks like 58th to Spear. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Hey, I'm Lynn Hoffman, and I host the Comedy Saved Me podcast, the behind-the-scenes stories from comedians about the power of laughter. Listen to the Comedy Saved Me podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, is back in Vegas.
T-Mobile Arena.
September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. Starring John Fogerty, Bryan Adams, Sammy Hagar, Mariah Carey, Tim McGraw, Shelley Roll, Ed Sheeran, and more. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage, superstar performances, and once-in-a-lifetime artist moments you'll have to see to believe. Get your iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets now at AXS.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a... selfie?
One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
You know, I tell everyone about my quiet, cool, whole house fan from QC, Colorado, because I want them to save on AC up to 90%. That alone will pay for it in no time. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Let's talk about even more benefits, like clearing out indoor pollution quietly, efficiently, sleep in total comfort, all wirelessly controlled. QCColorado.com. 303-800-3419.
You have our word will preach you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah.
Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. It's Car Day here on the Troubleshooter Show. By the way, we do more than just car questions today. We go after the bad guys, a bad contractor, a bad landlord. Anything you have in mind, I want to hear from you. We have recovered over $300 million, closer to $400 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds. Think about that, coming up on $500 million. If you need help, 303-MARTINO, that's a phone number. It's very easy to remember. And by the way, that number works on and off the air. So if you have any issues, 303-MARTINO, you can always get us at help@troubleshooter.com as well. And that's it. We look forward to it. Today I got Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin, what's going on, man?
Same. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I do love Fridays.
I do, too.
Fridays is a good thing. Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. What's going on, Jeff?
You know, day in, day out, same old me.
Yeah, Kevin wasn't here last week. I'm used to seeing you every week.
Yeah.
You got so busy at the store, you had to play store manager.
I had to work for a living last Friday, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it works. How is biz, guys? I mean, are we picking up in the automotive? Is it a lot of repairs? Where are we at?
It's been weird. It's been pretty schizophrenic, yeah. Yep.
Like, give me an idea, though. Why? What do you think's going on?
1 minute you can't keep up. You're chasing your tail, just trying to get anything done, and the next minute you're having the guys call the phones to make sure they're working. Yep. Yeah, Same thing. We're busy 3-4 days, and then the 5th day, dead.
You're a little different, Jeff, because your average job and ticket is how long in your shop? 5 days, 3 days?
You know, because of the parts supply problems, which we've been talking about forever, I tell everybody to plan on 5 to 10 business days, and if we can get it done faster, we will.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, you have that car a while. You have it more than a week, generally.
It strands a lift for a few days at least.
And, Kevin, you're generally in and out in the day, right?
Yeah, we do heavies that'll sit, that'll be in the shop for 3, 4, 5 days. But, yeah, we got to turn and burn, 15, 20 cars a day.
Yeah, you got to move it. Car counts everything.
Yep,
now, let me ask you guys this. Pricing. So we've heard about the tariffs, especially when it comes to auto parts. Are you guys actually seeing an increase in, say, alternators, brake pads, stuff you deal with every day? Let's go to oil filters for you, Kevin. Is it really nothing yet?
I haven't seen anything yet. And if it is, it's very, very small.
It's the same as it would be without hearing about the tariffs.
Exactly.
Not that it can't get worse.
No, it may be coming still, so we just don't know.
How about transmissions, Jeff, or parts for transmissions?
Well, they've been going up forever. I mean, the cost has, probably tripled in the last couple of years since the whole COVID things made everything blow up. We did notice after the tariffs were announced, one of the manufacturers did, in preparation of the tariffs, they haven't even experienced them, raise prices on certain goods that they're coming out of Mexico or Canada.
So they're pretending their cost went up and it didn't.
Yeah, they were acting like oil speculators. Raise the price now because you're going to pay for it tomorrow.
I'll give you an idea that drives me nuts. Do you guys remember when oil was really high? And everybody, UPS, FedEx, any delivery.
Fuel charges. Trash services,
everything.
Fuel
surcharges.
Yep.
And then somehow, when it went down during Trump's first run there and during COVID, I remember during COVID, there was a gas station, one in Elizabeth and one in Parker, 99 cents a gallon. That was only like 5 years ago, guys. But that fuel surcharge still didn't go away.
Well, now they're calling environmental charges.
Yeah, it's all BS. It's called profit. Call it what it is.
Yeah, it is.
It kills me with restaurants, too. Why in the hell do they actually charge extra and call it, back in the day, they called it a COVID fee. Now they call it whatever, staff this. Why don't you just raise the price on the steak or the drink?
Yep.
Why try to fool people that your prices are better than they are? All right, 303-713-8255. I was ready to go to Zach there, Kelly. I have no idea if he dropped off, but he had a real estate question. We got 3 lines open. 303 Martino. Did you guys see some of those Supreme Court I guess wins for Trump? I guess that's the way to put it. I'm not going to pretend to understand them, but I guess one federal judge now cannot shut down the entire country based on a ruling only for that case in front of them. That was a pretty big one.
That was huge. Yeah.
And then the other one I heard just coming in, I forget what state it was, but someone basically sued the state because there were books that the teacher was reading that
it's in Tennessee. LGBTQ not wanting their kids to be forced to read LGBTQ books.
Or non-LGBTQ parents not wanting their kids to have to participate.
Right.
Yeah, and they ruled on that, saying basically the parent has to be notified and they can opt out. So, I mean, that's an interesting
it's just common sense.
Well, you would think it's common sense, but we know in these days right now.
Well, you had the other one, too. I think it was North Carolina, where they upheld not being able to use federal funds for Planned Parenthood.
Oh, yeah, that was Thursday. Yeah, I saw that, too. So if a state like Colorado, that one was interesting because they were trying to force a state, and we're talking about any state that decides we're not going to pay for abortions in that state. They could not, they were sued saying that Medicaid had to pay for it. And remember, Medicaid is not just the state, it's the state and federal government. So when the federal government stopped paying for it, it puts it all on the state. And the state said, well, we're not going to pay for abortions anymore for people on Medicaid. Or the poor, if you will. And basically the Supreme Court said, yeah, they have the right to do that.
Sure.
But I think a lot of that went back to the state rights.
That way, went to specifically for the state, which opens the door for other states that want to participate the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
And Mark, I'm very much pro-choice, but I also am against the federal government paying for any of these things, whether it's NPR or Planned Parenthood. There should be enough private money If you want to support them, go ahead and support them. My money should not be going to these organizations, even if I'm in favor of what they're doing.
Well, I look at it a little different. I think people in the state, and I don't care what the issue is, if the people, the majority of people in that state vote to give, say, free lunches to everybody, the majority of people, then if I live in that state, I'm going to abide by that. I might not like that exact thing, but I do agree if everybody votes for it and it's on the ballot. What kills me, Doc, is when something's not on the ballot and we have zero control over it.
No, I agree. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that if the state votes for it, we shouldn't do it. I'm just saying in principle, I'm against it.
Have you guys been keeping up? And I promise Zach will go to you in a second. And we've got 2 lines open now, 303-713-8255. Anything you want to talk about, but I'd love to sink our teeth. In fact, Deputy Doc would love to make some calls and try to get your money back from a bad contractor. Have you guys been following this so-called, quote, bridge to nowhere that Polis wants to build that goes out of the state capitol and then kind of wraps around to the other side of the road?
I didn't know that was real. I thought that was...
The first time I looked at the
first
picture.
time I heard it, yeah.
So I really didn't know anything about it, but I watched Kyle Clark. Now, I disagree with almost everything that comes out of the man's face. But I'll say this. We absolutely agree on this. $20-30 million for this bridge, which is going to be nothing but a monument to Polis. Meanwhile...
A pedestrian bridge you talk about?
What is it?
A pedestrian bridge?
It's a pedestrian bridge, and it's like a big snake. It's the wildest looking thing you've ever seen. Hey, Dragon, have you guys been talking about that on Browns at all?
Yeah, we talked about how ridiculous it is. It goes from nowhere to nowhere, and it'll just be a place for homelesses to hide and graffiti and crap to be. Yeah.
And they've tried everything. They go, well, it's handicap accessible. They're like, what? What are you talking about? The building already is handicap accessible. And tell me you'd want to roll a wheelchair up that thing.
Right, exactly.
I mean, it's ridiculous. You can just get off in the front of the building and take the elevator. And then the other thing that's absolutely absurd, then they said, what was one of the other things they said? The people that are for it. Not just the handicap, but they were saying like, oh my God, they had 2 or 3 things that Kyle was talking about. And every time one was shot down, they'd come up with a new reason to have it.
Is there a picture of it on somewhere, Mark, that we can look at?
I'm sure if you go to 9 News, you can see it. But I was shocked. Was Brown shocked that Kyle is on the same page?
A little bit, yeah.
I'm blown away. So it's absolutely crazy. I hope they don't do it. And here's really the real argument. Here's what I want you guys to think about. Let's say the guy gets donors to pay for the whole thing. His rich friends. I mean, let's face it. This guy's worth $300-400 million, whatever. He's one of the richest governors there is. So let's say he gets people to donate $30 million to the city in order for this project. The big argument is that money can still go towards all kinds of things, not that bridge. I mean, it could go towards veterans that are homeless.
Housing that they're spending money on, everything else.
All the housing. I mean, it could go to anything. It's crazy he wants to build this thing. And it's ugly as hell. Hey, Zach, what's going on with you, man?
Oh, how y'all doing today?
We're doing great, Zach. Hey, listen, I got to take a break. I wanted to pick up and get moving with you. But give me an idea of the actual problem we're dealing with, and we're going to think about it during the break and come back. If we got to get an attorney on, we'll get that happening. But give me an idea of what's going on.
So we were under contract. We just moved houses, had a buyer under contract for our old house, and they canceled on the sole premise of mold presence under the vapor barrier in the crawl space.
So basically, well, hold on. You guys had a signed agreement for a certain price. I assume there was a inspection clause in there saying they could hire someone and come out, inspect the house, and if he finds stuff over $500 or whatever's in the contract, then you renegotiate. I mean, it was a standard real estate deal, basically.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what did they find? They found mold in the crawl space?
The inspector claimed that the crawl space was infected with mold. I have the picture pulled up. He just said mold present under vapor barrier, recommend removal. When I looked at the picture, I'm a contractor. I do underground utilities. I looked at it, I said, that's efflorescence. It's material. It's mineral buildup.
Okay.
The guy didn't conduct any objective testing. It was just based upon visual.
Yeah.
And because the potential buyer's daughter had extreme asthma, they
They use that.
contract.
They use that for an out on the contract. So, do we know for a fact that it wasn't mold? I realize you eyeballed it and you don't think it's mold, but did you actually go the next step and get it tested?
Yes, sir. Within 12 hours, I had a friend of mine that owns L&K testing, environmental testing.
Yeah.
Take samples to a lab, independent lab. I believe it was Atlas Labs.
And you have the results and everything?
Yes, sir.
And there's no mold?
No, sir.
Interesting. Hold on. 303-713-8255. Robert's got an issue with the transfer case. Hey, Kelly, I want to get up Frank Duran first. I don't think we need an attorney. I do believe I know where this call's going. Everybody hold tight.
Silence your phone. I just heard it.
Oh, really?
Genesis. Oh, cool.
There was some sort of a tone came.
Oh, okay. I thought it
like
was
a notification you got or something.
I thought it was off.
God, look at the pictures of that bridge. What a dumbass thing.
Okay, hold on, guys. Marc Mager, the owner of Genesis Total Exteriors. These guys have done so much work at our house over the years. Mark, what is going on with you today, man? What is happening in the world of exteriors? What are you guys doing recently?
I tell you, Mark, we're right in the middle of summer now. Well, I guess summer just started, but 4th of July is around the corner, and then people got planning, kids get back to school.
Barbecue.
Now's the time to call and set up an appointment, have us come look at your house. I don't know if you've had hail in the last couple of years. Have us come inspect it and make sure you don't have any damage on your roof.
And you guys
Maybe
don't
have some
charge
damage on your siding for painting or something like that too. We inspect all those things.
Yeah, these guys don't charge anything for that either. In fact, we talked about this yesterday on the show. Genesis can come out and look at not only your roof to make sure you do or don't have hail damage, but they can also check the siding, the deck, and they do all that work, which is really cool. They know how to work with your insurance company, and what impresses me about you guys, Mark, and you've done this for us, when the insurance company doesn't want to pay for, let's say, a deck that you find damage to due to the hail, not just the roof, but the siding, the deck, you guys, if needed, will get Matt with Paragon Services involved and go after the insurance company to make sure people get every nickel they're owed.
That's right, Mark. We do that all the time. We'll go out and we'll inspect the property, and the insurance company's not playing fair, we get Matt involved right away, and it makes it so much easier than the customer. You're going to get everything you deserve by just giving us a call.
Yeah, these guys are absolutely wonderful. Susanna and I have used them on some stuff in the interior of our house very recently. And on top of that, Kelly, didn't you just use Mark and the gang to paint your entire inside of your house?
You should see it.
Is it beautiful?
It is so good. I cannot even say how indebted I am to Marc Mager. It was not only wonderful pricing, but the service of all of the guys that came.
They're great people.
Oh.
We just, as you know,
incredible.
They painted the interior of our house not long ago, and they did our exterior 4 or 5 years ago. It still looks brand new.
Oh.
But when it comes to roof repairs, someone needs to come out that you trust, and I appreciate it, Mark. Someone you trust, someone we trust, comes out, inspects the entire house, and gets every penny you owe by insurance. That's the gang at Genesis Total Exteriors. Check them out. 303-679-8509. 303-679-8509. Thanks, Mark. I'll see you soon.
Babe.
I'm going to do Vestera in content, so fire it off.
I thought I lined Brad up with Frank. I thought you wanted both.
Yeah, I do. I'm going to use Frank first.
Okay, and then use Brad?
Maybe.
Okay, so don't kill Brad now.
Don't kill Brad, no. I'm sure we'll use Brad at some point today.
No, well, I told him, hey, we have a call for you.
And then I'm checking Frank off right now from yesterday.
Check Frank off.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm doing K&H right now.
Wow. Look at you all on it.
Why does this thing wants me to upgrade like this entire thing right now? It's popped up like 3 times. It's like, come on.
Let me know if you need anything.
Tequila.
Okay, well, let me know if you need anything else.
So, are we getting Frank up? Not yet. Yeah, this guy can't stop winning, man. I mean, really.
To me, it's just common sense that
A lot of it's common
went
sense.
wayside in the last 4 years, you know.
It's so weird, though. Remember, you think of the deep state, and then they had that leak the other day. And it's like, there's a lot of scum in government.
For this call, okay?
I think that's the biggest problem Elon Musk had.
Okay, sounds
He
good.
didn't realize just how deep a quagmire that is up there.
Yeah, how deep the swamp goes. What's great, though, is if you think of everything he's got done in 6 months, we still got 3.5 years. And let me tell you, they passed this tipping, no tax on tips or overtime. They just got the blue collar vote forever.
Well, I wish they would have also included the no tax on Social Security.
That's a great one. Then they'd have the
But it's
older
not in
folks. Yeah, I know.
No tax on what?
Social Security.
Yeah.
I think ultimately that was just too much money. But it is kind of messed up. You almost want to give the tax break to the people that generally aren't working because they're older compared to the younger ones that are doing the waiter and stuff. What's weird about that, if you think about Del Frisco's, Shanahan's, you think of a good...
App.org to learn more. This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. By the way, this hour is brought to you by K&H Home Solutions. These guys have been around since 1956. Holy moly, just looking at that on my notes is crazy. They do siding, they do windows. In fact, they have a new line of windows. They're called Alpin. And the manufacturer is right here in Colorado, and they're absolutely beautiful and probably the most energy efficient windows that are out there. So if you got a home up in Aspen or anywhere in the mountains, I'm telling you, you got to look at these windows. But they got stuff for all budgets. I want you to check them out, khwindows.com. That's khwindows.com. If you're getting siding, if you're getting windows, if you're getting new doors, sliding doors, at least have them come out and give you the free bid. I don't care who else you're talking to. You're going to love them. It's worth the free call. 303-421-7100. Now, very interesting call here. So here's the bottom line. Zach, correct me if I'm wrong. Basically, you had your house up for sale. You had a buyer. The buyer agreed to the price. Everything was signed. You had a contract in place. And then when the inspection period came, they hired an inspector. The inspector came out and claimed that there was mold in your crawl space. You looked at it, and you're a contractor, and you said, no way, that's mold. You went and got a sample, and you sent it out to a lab, and the lab came back and basically said there was no mold whatsoever, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then, I'm curious on the time frame here. So at what point did you lose that buyer? At what point? Was it the same day, the next day? Was it after you gave them the evidence there was no mold? Was it before?
So Tuesday night of this week, we got a call from the buyer's realtor canceling the contract because of the premise of mold, and it was stated verbally that was the sole premise of termination because their daughter has asthma. At which point I was concerned. We've been living there for 10 years for my family's health.
And that's when you had it tested.
So I brought in a third-party independent tester who took it to, I believe, Atlas, but I could be incorrect, but a third-party lab that occurred Wednesday morning at 11. By Wednesday afternoon at 4, we had negative test results. I also brought in a remediation contractor for them to assess and tell me what it would cost for removal. In the meantime, they did testing, determined that there was a complete lack of moisture. They used their infrared gun their thermal camera.
So they said there's no mold.
Yeah. So at that point, our realtor took it back with the negative findings to the buyer's realtor. They said they would reconsider. I contacted the inspector myself to just ask him why, with no objective testing, he would list on an inspection report presence of mold, because it was all visual.
Yeah.
No laboratory testing. And he basically told me he just was an expert, and he knew that.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So what did the buyers end up saying? Did they come back to you, or no way? Did they try to beat you up on price? What was the ultimate ending?
Well, and just bear with me for a quick second. I ended up texting the inspector because I left him 2 polite voicemails to contact me to resolve this. He refused to respond, so I sent him a text message explaining that I needed this retracted, or the next call would be from my lawyer, seeking compensation through the court system or his errors and omissions policy. He called the realtor of the buyer, who called my realtor, and chastised him for how unprofessional and how put off she was that I would contact her inspector, and that it would be unethical for him to revise.
Yeah, but all that's just, who cares? I mean, really, who cares? Then ultimately, though, you must have lost this buyer.
Yes, she stated that in her opinion, she didn't want to proceed with the deal, and that ultimately it'd be up to her clients, but she was going to advise them to cancel.
All right.
Well, they'd already terminated, but not to re-engage.
Yeah, I
So we
understand.
lost the buyer, and now I have a second mortgage to pay for, an inflated mortgage based on the lack of equity.
And you're saying that's your damages because you wouldn't have bought that other house if this if you knew this inspector was going to say you had mold even though you didn't. I mean, that's kind of how you're trying to calculate damages. I assume your question is, should you go after the inspector? Do you have any case? Is that kind of your question?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious about. I'll caveat it this way. The statement was verbal. I don't have anything written, so I'm thinking there's not a legal case there.
Well, okay, well, let's say even if it was written. So you're saying in his report, wait a second, I don't understand this part. In the inspection report, you probably haven't even seen it. I don't know if you've seen the actual report or not.
I have a picture of it right here.
Yeah, does it actually talk about the mold?
Yeah, so it's actually item 6.6.1, upper crawl space, mold growth found under vapor barrier.
So, okay, hold on. So a couple things here, and I do have an expert on, Frank Duran, the real estate man. This guy sold more homes probably this year than like 30 realtors put together. So, I mean, this guy has run across everything in the world. I don't think we need to get our attorney on, but I'm willing to get Brad O'Brien on, too, to talk about this if necessary. But I want to give my interpretation of what's going on, and then I'm going to bring Frank up. You did not have a contract whatsoever with this inspector. You didn't hire him. You didn't pay him. You didn't agree to anything but allow the buyers into your house to look at the property. He could have said anything. And this is, I want to use a horrible, crazy example. He could have said, we think that, or I think they were cooking meth in the basement at some point. And let's say there's no meth residue. There's nothing. There's no reason anybody would actually think that, but he does. But that's going to be his opinion. In my opinion, there's that. I don't know exactly how it reads in the agreement or in his report about the mold, but I don't even think that matters because he's working for somebody else, not you. So I don't think you have a leg to stand on if you spent the money on an attorney and went after him. But I want to bring in Frank Duran, the real estate man. Frank, I asked him all the questions again so you would have a good picture of what's going on. I don't think Zach would have a case. Now, saying that, I think this inspector is crazy. If everything Zach said, I mean, that's just a really bad deal, but I want to hear your thoughts, Frank.
Mark, good morning, friend. I'll tell you, we run into this stuff from time to time, and one thing, buyers, they have several outs out of a contract. As far as the inspection goes, it's the buyer's sole subjective discretion, Mark. So basically, the buyer doesn't even have to give a reason. They could just simply terminate. There's not a lot you could do with that. Now, we run into situations sometimes, various things where they come and say, oh, it needs this or needs that or has mold. And I always tell my seller the same thing. Always get a second opinion, which it sounds like happened here. But even then, it's the buyer's sole subjective discretion. If they're still within their rights of the contract, there's really not a lot you could do to keep them in the contract.
Frank, we're not talking. Frank, I don't think Zach or definitely myself, we don't think the buyer did anything wrong. What we're saying is they hired someone that came out and gave an opinion on the crawl space. That opinion turned out to be wrong. do you see or have you ever dealt with anybody successfully going after an inspector?
I've never seen it, although I'm sure it's happened somewhere, Mark. But I'll tell you, look, I'll give you a quick example. I had a property in Aurora. The inspector said, it has foundation issues. So the buyer says, I want $50,000 off the price. And the seller said, forget it, I'm not doing that. So we called an engineer out, an actual engineer who specializes. And he came out and says, look, this is not a big deal. This is probably a $1,200 fix, not a $50,000 fix. And even then, you know what? Okay, we were just wiser to the next buyer and still sold the property. But we do run into that, Mark. I had an inspector one time. He tried saying that the fireplace didn't work, and the seller said, "Is he kidding? He just didn't know how to turn it on." And he sent me a video of him turning it off and on. So we run into this from time to time.
But my point is, I doubt there's any recourse at all.
I would seriously doubt it. I mean, not giving a legal opinion, of course, but I would seriously doubt it in this kind of instance because I'm telling you, inspectors, many times we find they misdiagnose stuff. That's why we get a second opinion.
Let me ask you, hold on, Zach. Frank, let me ask you this. I think this could create another problem for Zach. When he enters into an agreement selling this house with the next person, and he's got to go through and list out any issues, and I believe one of them in the disclosures actually asks about mold or at least water damage, right?
Correct.
So what would you possibly, knowing, okay, let's say you worked for Zach, knowing what you know about the case right now and someone said there's mold, but you also know, and let's pretend you saw the test results, there wasn't any mold, do you have to disclose that someone thought there was mold? Could that lead to an issue?
It's not so much you have to disclose what somebody thought, but here's what I would say. Here's how I would handle this with a seller. I'd say, look, you've already had it tested. You already had somebody prove or show that there's no mold. This is something we could provide in what's called the supplemental documents to show them in good faith this has been tested. However, you, the buyer, still have the right to do your own independent inspection if you'd like.
Wow.
And a lot of times that's going to take the wind out of the sails of the next inspector because they could tell it's already been tested.
Yeah, but that could also scare the living bejesus out of people because, now Zach puts on there. How would you actually, what does it look like on the disclosure? I mean, really, what does the line item say to the best of your ability to remember the exact line?
So two things I would tell you. On item A, they asked if there's been any water or, any issues like that, or if they have to disclose mold, that's on there. But I would say this, Mark, this is just from doing this real life. I definitely see what you mean that could potentially scare people, but this is what I find in real life. When you already overcome that before it even becomes an issue, I've never, ever had a buyer just say, I'm not going to buy a house. I've never had it happen. If anything, that gets them feeling a lot more relaxed about the situation, knowing it's already been looked at.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
So Frank, let me ask you a question. You're trying to prove a negative. What if you put on a contract that there's no snakes in the house? Just because someone said there might be snakes doesn't mean that you have to include it. If someone says a question about mold, there's no mold, so why would you even have to report that somebody thought there was mold? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, Doc, let's talk about that, though, for a minute. You bring up a good point. Now, let's think about that. It's not.
Well, hold on, guys. Hold on, both of you. Let me do this. I'm going to put everybody on hold. I got to take this break or Dragon's going to throw me out the window. Everybody hold tight. Line's full.
I'd like to see that.
No, that's a great question. Yeah, why prove the negative? And I bet he's got a good answer for you.
Well, there's no vampires.
Here's kind of the problem. If he puts no mold, and let's say they do discover mold at some point.
Yeah, but he didn't know that. It's knowing you know.
Right.
No, but he's saying, I don't know how a judge would look at that. That's a good question for the attorney.
Yeah.
Because let's say I'm that buyer, and he puts no. I've never heard of anything that's got to do with this.
Well, I mean, how many disclosures you go into a house that, there's no foundation damage? Why did you tell me that? Wouldn't your mind start,
Well, no, because literally on the disclosure, you got to check the boxes.
But if you put a note or a line item on there to explain why it's no, wouldn't that open up? Be thinking about it.
I wouldn't put anything. If I hit no, I wouldn't put anything.
Well, there is no mold.
There is no mold.
So why even bring it up? Yeah, I wouldn't.
We'll see what he says. Because Frank's saying you should.
Okay. He knows better than most of us,
No, than all of us.
I think I don't know what. That's a great question, Doc. I don't know what Frank's going to answer to that. And I don't know how I think about it, because when I look at disclosures, that's the first thing I look at in a house. Like this one my kid's buying, first thing I look at. Before we even talk price, anything, send me the disclosures. And you go down, and if there's anything that sticks out, you got to really start thinking about it, especially when it comes to mold. I don't have a spot test break. I don't know. That's a great question.
Yeah.
Now, Frank, I'll tell you one. Him and I got into an argument when he was selling my house in Castle Rock. Very unique situation, but he wanted me to disclose it. Ultimately, we didn't, but he wanted me to. So our address was 1604 Rosemary Court.
The other was 1604 Rosemary Way.
Drive.
Or Drive, whatever.
So my house is right here in a cul-de-sac, 1604 Rosemary Court. Basically, across the cul-de-sac and behind the house, across the cul-de-sac, right behind it. So our house, across the cul-de-sac, 1604 Rosemary Drive. Total mess up. They should have never have done it that way, but it didn't matter. Those people, when they saw a for sale sign up on my house, wanted me to change our address because it was an elderly couple, and they would receive Amazon packages for us sometimes, which we knew over the years, and vice versa. They were terrified they would call an ambulance someday, and the ambulance would go to our house instead of their house. So they wanted, literally, they reached out to Frank and me, and even worse than that, they reached out to Douglas County, and Douglas County reached out to me to see, because we were moving, if we would change our address so there wouldn't be a problem in the future. You know what I said? I said, fuck no. Have them change it. My house is on Zillow, Realtor. It's advertised all over the country right now, and you want me to change my fucking address? And we're under contract. There is no way I'm changing it. Why would I change it? Why don't they change their fucking address? And of course, they didn't want to change it for the same reason.
No, it'd be easier for you to change it.
Yeah. So Frank wanted me to disclose that. And I was like, why the hell would I disclose it? I said, Frank, if I had a neighbor that hates puppies, I'm not going to disclose I have a neighbor that hates puppies.
Mark, that house is worth over $700,000 now. Isn't that crazy?
Which one?
Rosemary Court.
Yeah, I know. It's
Isn't that
ridiculous.
crazy?
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
There's a lot of coulda, shoulda, woulda with property.
We paid $260,000 for that house. That house is triple.
I'm looking at it now. Wow. They painted the dining room blue.
Like baby blue?
Ooh, look what they did. That's the family room.
I don't know. That's the guy.
Fireplace in.
Oh, that's just me.
Got to order pizza now.
Pretty. They did the stone.
Fake fireplace.
Yeah,
the
still
stone
pretty.
looks nice.
That was a small family room. Oh, they kept the office. The
Work
color.
for
Oh,
too
look at
many
the
shows
kitchen.
and not get paid.
We used to live up in Conifer.
How'd that
We paid
sound? Did that sound
125 for the house and sold it for $2. Were you supposed to? 50.
Yeah, and that make you sick.
I forget what that stuff's called. It's actually pretty cheap and it looks good.
Then yes.
That's what Genesis is doing to the bathrooms here. I can't think of it. What's that?
They painted the bedroom blue.
We were there a long time. 14 years almost? 13? Something like that.
The pool table's still down
Oh, yeah. Frank made him buy it. He made him.
Pay him to take him or something.
So these guys wanted it, and we had I can't believe what he did. He posted it Friday. He had 10, 20 solid offers by Monday, and they were in a bidding war. And then I threw at him, I said, I don't want to move the pool table. It's going to be too small in our new house. It's way too small. And same with the projector and all that stuff in the theater room. So I said, go to all these people that...
News. Talk. We need to talk. Talk. This is Denver's talk station.
630 KHOW.
An iHeart radio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. I'm going to just dive right back into this. Deputy Doc brought up a great question. So basically, here's just a quick recap. Basically, this guy, Zach, is going to have to put his house back up for sale because there was an issue with the inspection. The inspector said there was mold. It turns out there wasn't mold. So we were asking Frank, or Doc asked Frank, when it comes to selling your house in the future and a new buyer, do you have to list that there was an issue with mold on the disclosure, even though there wasn't? In fact, Doc put it, why would you fight the negative? And then we were giving you a chance to answer, Frank. So, and I brought Zach the caller back up, but Frank, why would you list it? Instead of, if we know there is no mold because he had it tested, why list it?
Friend, so I would say this. I want to be real clear what I'm saying. I'm not saying necessarily that you disprove a negative, and I'm not saying you list it if it's not found. What I'm talking about is due diligence documents. The next buyer may come in and say, okay, part of the due diligence documents, we want to see any previous inspections, if anything was come. The bottom line is this. Let's say you had your furnace serviced by whatever company, okay? There's nothing wrong with providing that documentation. It's already been checked. Or you've already had it checked for mold. Nothing wrong with providing that to the next buyer, that it's already been checked for mold. It's still on the buyer to do their own individual inspection. In other words, you're not disclosing something that's wrong. You're simply giving the due diligence documents to the new buyer.
Well, let me ask you this. What happens if a new buyer said, can they ask, hey, has there been an inspection done since the house is for sale? And if they ask that, I mean, what happens if you simply lie about it? No.
Well, I would certainly tell them if there was an inspection. I would certainly tell them there was an inspection, and then we talk to the seller, see if they're good.
Yeah, but what's the harm? What's the harm in saying none of your business or no? And I'm not saying you would do this, Frank. That's not what I'm trying to understand. What would be the ramification, if any, to Zach the caller if someone did ask him, hey, has there been an inspection before, and can we see it? What would be the harm, or what could possibly happen if Zach said no? It's not like he's swearing under oath.
Well, Mark, think like a buyer for a minute, okay? Let's say you ask a seller that question or the agent that question. They don't want to answer your question. What are you thinking?
No, you're missing me. I didn't say not answer it. You say no.
Yeah. Okay, or you say no. Okay, so same kind of thing. I would say this. This is just from doing this, not from theory. I'm just talking from doing this all the time. I've never ever had this come back to bite us ever.
Ever.
When you put everything on the table, and even a situation like this where we know there's no mold, we're not saying there is. We're just simply saying we've had it tested. Here's the report if you'd like to see it. You can still do your own individual inspection. That has never hurt a deal. I've never had a buyer once say they're going to walk over something like that. If anything, that puts their mind more at ease that this seller's taken the caution to do those things.
Yeah, it's just so crazy because, I take things to the extreme. I have a roofer come out and, I'm selling my house and the buyer has an inspector come out and says it needs a new roof. But literally, I put the roof on a week ago. Now I've got to disclose that some jerk said I needed a roof when it's only a week old?
Well, we run into stuff like that too, Mark. Oh my gosh. And again, I would say the same thing. I always get a second opinion because I've had inspectors come out and say roofs had to be replaced when it turns out we call a real roof.
And they get certified.
And they say, hey, this is not even a big deal. This is a minor fix-up. It doesn't have to be replaced. So,
well, let me do this. Zach, I'm going to give you two options here. Any questions for Frank? And if you really want us to get our attorney on, I don't mind. I do not see a lawsuit in a million years happening because you didn't have a contract with this person. You have really nothing to do with the buyer and who he hired to inspect. I don't know how you could possibly go after either of them for any kind of damages. But maybe the attorney knows something. I mean, that's all the guy does is live and breathe it. So one, I want to know if you want me to get an attorney on next hour to answer that question. Yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Frank?
Two questions, if you don't mind. The realtor stated to my realtor, the buyer's realtor stated to my realtor, it'd be unethical to revise the report post-issuance, even if the information was false.
Frank, what do you think of that?
Unethical to revise the report? Jeff, could you please walk me through what he means by revise the report?
Well, I'll tell you what he's saying, and I'll make it quick. He's saying Instead of the report that says there's mold, the guy goes back and doesn't talk about mold and says there wasn't mold and pretends the first one didn't exist.
Correct.
Well,
I asked him to retract it because we proved it.
Yeah, to retract it.
Incorrect.
Almost like sealing a criminal record.
I've ran into those things too, guys, and here's what happens. When the new buyer writes in the due diligence documents, they may ask for those things. A lot of times they do. And in which case, this is how you solve it. You say, look, previous buyer's inspector said this. We had an actual mold tester come out. They said that. You're welcome to do your own test. And that's it.
Yeah, so, I mean, once again, nor can you force him to do it, Zach, because once again, you don't have a contract or an agreement with this guy. What's your second question?
Is it possible to seek compensation through his omissions and errors insurance policy?
Whose omissions and errors?
I believe the inspector.
Well, no, because you never hired him. You have no reason to go after him. You don't have a contract with him. Hold on a second. I do want to get Brad O'Brien, but I'm going to take some other calls. Let's get Zach's number, Kelly, and sometime next hour, let's line up him and Brad O'Brien, because he keeps coming back to that. And I don't want to give him bad advice saying there's not a chance in hell, but that's truly how I feel. But I want to know what the actual attorney thinks about it. By the way, Frank Duran, the real estate man, you know what? It's funny anytime I question him when it comes to anything, because I remember dealing with you, Frank, years ago, selling our house in Castle Rock, and you wanted to list it for lower than I thought we could get for it, and I shut up and I followed everything you said. He ended up getting me more for that house, not only than I thought we could ever get for it, but he got more than that same model in the entire Red Hawk neighborhood, everywhere, which is crazy. Some of the lots were even bigger, and he got more money. He knows how to create that bidding war. So when I question you, Frank, when it comes to disclosures and stuff, understand it's coming from an educational standpoint. And if you want to use Frank, and if you don't use him, you're crazy. He sells more homes in 1 month than most realtors sell in the entire year. In fact, I'd say in a year and a half. 303-920-1622 is Frank's number. He'll always talk to you. Best guy around. Probably top realtor in the state, and sells not only quicker, but for more money. I got to take a break, everybody. Thank you, Frank. I'll stick on time with these.
No.
I hope so.
Shut up. Shut up.
Why don't you have to say on the disclosures, there are no vampires in the basement?
Well, because someone would have to say there was vampires in the basement. Then you might.
The other thing is,
I think in California, if anybody ever died in the house, you have to disclose it.
The other thing, Mark, is that the inspection report is not his property.
No, not at all.
He may not be able to get a copy of it.
Yeah, he has zero agreement with that other person.
Okay.
Tell Robert he's next, please. Joseph A. Lazara, I hope you never need the guy, but maybe you got hit with a DUI, or you got arrested for shoplifting or assault, a bar fight, child neglect, spousal abuse, pretty much you name anything. If you find yourself in trouble, there's two things. One, you're guilty. You need someone like Joe that knows the DAs, knows the judges, knows how to get you the best deal. Do not go at it alone. You're crazy going up against these DAs. Now, second thing is you're innocent. You need someone that can fight for you in front of a jury and prove your innocence. That's Joseph A. Lazara. 303-429-6200. Put it in your phone now, 303-429-6200. Now, let's talk about Gravina's. Here's what I love about them. You're looking for new windows or siding or doors. I'm going to tell you something. They deal with 20 different manufacturers that have over 50 lines of windows. Whether it's a fix and flip or a $10 million house in Aspen, they're going to have the right product for you. They've been in business forever. Nick Ravinas is now at the helm. They're great people. We've talked about them a long, long, long time. If you're looking at siding, doors, or windows, get a bid from these guys. 303-429. So I'm giving you the wrong one. 303-472-8462. Or even easier, Gravinas.com.
Yeah, we're getting a new window in the back of the cabin, one new window.
How much?
The guy, free to me, because the guy who was staying in the house ran the lift into it. It's like, if you were going to damage it, because I need 2 replaced in the front, why couldn't you have done it around the front of the house?
How did he do it?
I don't know. I wasn't there. So, but I mean, it's high enough. That
What's there right now?
What do you mean?
Like, is there cardboard there?
Oh, he's gone in and boarded it up. I've got a realtor's box that's on the side of the house. So I was able to get him into the house. So.
I got you. How big's the window?
About the size of one of those.
So it's a big hole.
Mm-hmm.
And it just shattered.
I didn't see pictures. I didn't see nothing. He reached out to me in text. I'll tell you the story later over a beer or something. But I need to get into the house. I got to clean up some glass.
Damn. We've got one window that's so huge. I've always said, man, if that thing breaks, it's going to be.
It's like 7 by 6 feet or something.
It's crazy. I don't even know how they would get the glass to the house. I've never seen like a glass truck with windows on the side, that's nearly this size. I mean, there has to be because they got there.
Yeah.
It's just like moving granite or anything like that, They probably got some little cart. They're expensive too because the front of my place, has the big windows. And we were replacing like one every other month for a while. Somebody kept BBing them.
Oh, that sucks.
Like $3,000 a window.
Did you turn it over to insurance?
Not for $3,000. I got a $2,500 deductible.
We had Gravinus when they did our
I can't go number 2 anymore.
He looked at the windows. He goes, your windows are fine. There's no problem. There's no reason you replace them. I said, how much would all the windows be? And he was like, he's talking $150,000 for every window.
Yeah.
I was like, we're not putting in windows.
Come on, hail.
I like the look of plywood.
Yeah.
Big hail.
We might just keep.
I don't know how the
Plexiglass.
hell get all 4 sides of our windows. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. What's that over in the corner? Oh, that's not a paint gun with frozen ice balls. Someone's done that. They've grabbed a nice paint gun, froze little balls.
There used to be a paintball course on the corner of Arapahoe and Parker.
I didn't know that.
And it was before they put in that shopping center and all the restaurants and everything else down there. And they stopped letting people bring their own paintballs because of that very reason.
Yeah.
People were freezing them and then going out and pegging people with them. Yeah, so you had to buy your freaking paintballs at the course.
That's an asshole move.
Mm-hmm.
They sting enough. I can't imagine getting
That's it. People know they did. I mean, people do that all the time. Just freeze them and they hurt like hell. I mean, they'll give you a concussion.
Oh, yeah. No, that'd be grounds for full contact paintball at that point.
Mm-hmm.
We used to, when the kids were little, I'd bring them, not Addie, but Miles and his friends. I'm telling you, man, it hurts like hell to get hit with a paintball. I had welts at one point that lasted 3-4 days. And if you weren't wearing goggles, I guarantee you could lose an eye without blinking.
You play without goggles? It's crazy.
It was funny. We'd go out there and there's some people that are so diehard, you would think they were in the Marines in training. They bring all their own gear. They have full camo. I mean, it's like that's what they live for is this paintball. And those are the guys you got to watch out for because they're the ones that'll just beat you up. Do we have any time, even another hour coming up, Dragon? Dragon, do I have even a minute? All right, 303-713-8255. Listen, we got a lot coming up next hour. I got 2 lines open. Get your car questions in, too. It doesn't matter. Maybe you bought a car, bad warranty. It really doesn't matter what the circumstance is. I've got great car guys sitting next to me. 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. And the next person up right after the break is going to be Robert. He's got a transfer case leak we're going to be talking about. That and a lot more. You're on the Troubleshooter Network.
Where's Tommy today?
He is sick as a dog,
Oh, really?
bro. Yeah, we were texting last night. I thought he would be going up to the ER, but he didn't.
Wow.
He had a 102-degree temperature. I could tell yesterday during the show, he was just out of it. He pushes himself a little too hard.
Yeah, that's pretty high temperature.
It's really high, even for someone without problems.
Yeah.
It's a high temperature. He got it down, though, so he called up the clinic, and they said, so when you're going through everything he does, you have like a special number to a clinic. It's not like you just go to the ER, you go to this ER, and that's all they kind of deal with.
Cancer urgent care.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's what it's for. So they said, okay, here's what you're going to do. Take some aspirin. We're going to call you back, or not aspirin, Tylenol. We'll call you back in 45 minutes. If it's not moving that temperature, we got a problem. And it did. It moved the temperature down.
Oh, good.
But he's had us scared so many times.
Yeah, the one thing you need to worry about is,
Well, big one, sepsis.
yeah, exactly.
When he had that the first time, that was terrifying. Dude, I don't know if I told you guys this, but it scared the shit out of us so big. You guys were both in studio, and I was doing the show. You guys didn't know this, but he texted me basically, I'm at the ER. I tested positive for sepsis. This could be the last time you hear from me. I might die. It was terrifying, but I had no choice, and it was the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
So we get through the show. I was so freaked out on the way home. I stop at Kaiser, and I go into their emergency clinic, and I said, I don't know if I'm having a fucking heart attack. I said, to be honest, here's what's going on. This just happened. I showed them the text, and I said, but my heart rate will not go down. I am absolutely freaked out and can't even think straight. And they made sure I wasn't having a heart attack, basically, or a stroke.
Give you a Valium?
They gave me, whatever they gave me worked, but it was crazy, man. I was like, and he was out for, we didn't know shit for, they incubated him. He was out for, I want to say 24 hours. You just didn't know what was going to happen. Yeah. When you have something that bad and they got to treat it with, I guess, crazy antibiotics, they basically put your ass in a coma and start treating you, and no one knows shit.
See what happened in 24 hours.
And then he was fine. I mean, it was terrifying, man. Yeah, both of you were here that day. It was so funny. I couldn't even remember a call. I was total autopilot. In fact, I always wondered if you guys could tell something was wrong. You probably just thought I was tired or quiet that day or something, but it was horrible, man. And then I don't want to say anything to Tom about it. I mean, he's the one really fighting this shit. But fuck, man. I couldn't think straight.
Well, if you didn't get pissed off for 4 hours, I think something was wrong.
Oh, it's horrible. I got Metallica Sunday.
You guys going to that?
Yeah, so Mark with Genesis called up a few days ago and goes, hey, I got 4 tickets for Sunday. Do you want to go? I was like, hell yeah. We sold ours. What?
Where are you going Sunday?
Metallica.
Oh.
Broncos Stadium. Tickets aren't bad either.
It's amazing the production that goes into those big stadiums for concerts.
Oh, it's crazy. Metallica's is absolutely unbelievable. They might have one of the best ones out there. They have these I guess, screens that are basically circles, and they're huge. Each one's probably the size of this room, and there's like 6 of them around the stage. So you can see, and they're beautiful LEDs like a television, but they're circular, and you can see everything going on all around it. It's just crazy looking. But you got to think they're probably, probably $30 to $50 million in shit they set up.
Mm-hmm. Well, just seeing the number of trucks that park there.
Oh, it's crazy, yeah. And these guys now, they don't, when they tour, they fly in like the day before into a hotel.
Oh, yeah, there's no more bus.
No, their equipment's set up. They literally walk on stage. They got it down pat, man. And they're back to their family the next day.
They got 2 shows, don't they? Like Saturday and Monday or something?
And I always did wonder, do you think they stay for that Saturday? Because they don't have a show in between. It's Friday and Sunday. I would assume they'd stick around Saturday.
I'm sure there's suites in that stadium.
There's got to be.
I'm sure there is, yeah.
Oh, I found this out the other day. Jake Jabs has a apartment or a condo, whatever you want to call it, in his big store down there by the Broncos Stadium or whatever that's called.
That makes sense. Why not?
Yeah, he's there all the time. I mean, he might sleep there, everything. I had no idea there's like a residence there. I said, how's Jake doing when we were checking out, just the cashier? He goes, we see him. I see him 5 days a week or whatever. And he goes, he's still active as hell, and he basically is upstairs all the time. That's amazing.
How old is he now?
Fuck, man, he's got to be in his 90s.
Yeah, I was going to say 100 and something.
I'm looking right now. I want to say in his 90s. No, he's only, wait, is this him? Nope, he had his 90th 4 years ago.
So that would make him
94. Let me see, 90 plus 1.
Math is hard. I saw the fingers moving.
See the wheels turning.
Did his kids ever get squared up?
I don't know.
Right,
His
not
kids
everything
went through-
said is
put him through hell.
They may have been talking to the guys.
well, wasn't it also like the bunny huggers and whatnot that ended up getting him to have to stop using live animals on the commercials?
Why?
It was animal cruelty.
Oh, that's so stupid. I gotta reset my password. Damn it, I hate resetting passwords.
There was a couple times there with some of those tigers, though. It's kind of like
You're getting a little rough there, bud.
Waiting for the Siegfried and Roy. That dude got fucked up by that tiger.
But that was quite a stick. I mean, because they sold the tiger stuffed animals in the store.
Mm-hmm. Well, now we just use the stuffed animals inside the commercials. So.
What is it? Oh, the stuffed animal.
Mm-hmm.
They have one there that's like, as soon as you walk in there, we were just there, it's got a huge stuffed tiger. It's like,
It's your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to save you money. We're here to recoup money if you've been ripped off. Maybe a bad contractor. Maybe you got a bad landlord that the air conditioner isn't working. That'd be an interesting one. We get landlord-tenant issues all the time. Maybe you got a problem with a realtor like we did last hour. Maybe you got an issue with a car. It is Car Friday. We'd love to hear from you. I got Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission, and I've got Kevin Calkin, Uncle Kevin, SheridanAutotech.com. These guys have been with the show for, holy moly, guys. I mean, I don't remember you not here. Probably, 10 plus easy.
10 plus, yeah. I think Jeff started a little before I did.
Yeah. In fact, Jeff, there was a guy you used to work for that was on the referral list.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've been associated with the show really long.
Yeah, back when the referral list was literally a spiral notebook.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. 303-713-8255. We got 2 lines open. 303 Martino. And I do want to tell you this, though. Paul the Waterman, waterpros.com. Nope. I'm sorry, waterpros.net. Suzanne and I bought our system from them. We got a water softener. I'm a little upset. Here's why. Now, we paid about $3,600. But now for $3,700, Paul's got a system that's unbelievable. Not only does it get rid of the forever chemicals, the plastic in your drinking water, and it's everywhere, people. It gets rid of it in the whole house. It's not point of use. Everything, every tap in your house, every shower is not going to have that plastic that's just horrible, and it's everywhere. You're going to get rid of that. It's going to soften the water, and it's going to take care of the chlorine. All of that for $3,700 installed. The competition could easily be $15,000 for the same stuff. Don't be fooled. The best for less. Waterpros.net. Call up for that special. Waterpros.net. Now, we're going to go right to the phones, and we have a transfer case question from Robert. Robert, what's going on, man?
Yes, I had a transfer case repaired in my truck, and it's still leaking. I need to take it to somebody who can look at it and hopefully give me an estimate of what they think needs to be done to repair it for free or a little, because I don't have much money left. But I need to have it looked at before I go back
to
the person who fixed it.
Robert, the job was done by us, if I'm hearing your voice correctly, and that's under warranty.
Yes.
Yeah, it's under warranty, Robert, so it's free for us to fix it.
I wanted to have it looked at so I can have it done again.
Well,
or see what the second...
Robert, hold on, Jeff, just 1 minute. I'm a little confused. You know Jeff was here today, is that correct?
No, I didn't think Jeff was going to be there. I thought Autotech was going to be there.
I have no idea who Autotech is, but nor do I care. If Jeff did something to your transmission and you have a leak, what he's telling you is, and this is the part I'm not understanding, Robert, it's under warranty. If you bring it back to him, he's going to fix it. So why? I don't understand. Let me ask you this, because I want to be 100% fair, because maybe I'm not understanding something. But Jeff fixed it, then you noticed a leak. Why wouldn't you call Jeff, or why wouldn't you bring it back to him, or whoever worked on it?
I have an appointment with Jeff or the gentleman on Monday.
Okay.
And I thought it was the motor leaking.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's what's going on or not.
Well, Jeff will tell you.
There's a seal behind that motor, Robert, and that would have been something that we replaced at the time, because we had to put a case half on there because yours had the typical hole that wore into it.
Is that a rear main?
No. This is on the transfer case, so this is for the four-wheel drive.
Okay.
And there's a motor that actually works it. Well, behind that motor is a leak. Is a seal, rather, and he's saying that that's leaking. Well, that would have been something we did, and that's something that would be performed under warranty.
So even though it's on the engine side, you're saying it doesn't matter,
right,
because that's something you guys
he's
did.
talking about the shift motor in the T case, not the engine.
Oh, and that's what's leaking.
Yes. The motor itself is not leaking. Okay. The motor doesn't have the ability to leak. There's no fluid in it.
Got it.
So the seal behind it is leaking. Now, when I talked to Robert yesterday, he was asking me about replacing the motor. He mentioned the leak, so we were already planning on tackling this leak. But he was asking me about replacing the motor, so we had a discussion about that, the time and the cost.
So why? I guess I'm lost then, and I already asked. I asked Robert, but I'm still confused. Why is he calling? Are you upset with Jeff?
I don't know. No, Jeff is a very good guy, and he didn't work, but I was just, the guy before him didn't do it right, so I took it to him.
Okay. Well, he's saying, so you already know what it is.
Yeah, I already know what it is.
And it's under warranty.
It's under warranty.
And he's set to come in Monday.
You got it.
So why the call, though, Robert? And I'm just curious. I'm not trying to beat you up or say anything. I don't understand. That's all.
I just don't understand why it's leaking after I paid that amount of money, and I wanted to be sure.
Oh, because I'll tell you why. Robert, I'm being honest.
Robert, parts fail.
Yeah, it's not just parts, but I mean, it's just human nature. Things happen sometimes. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it is. I mean, things happen, but that's why there's a warranty.
Mm-hmm. And if we would have looked at it at Sheridan Autotech, the first thing I'd tell you is take it back to who did it, not just because it's Jeff, but give them an opportunity to make it right.
Yeah, they're going to fix it right up, man.
We'd never try to jump another job that way.
You got any other questions, Robert?
No, I just want to have it looked at so when I take it back to him to be sure that it gets fixed. I'm just don't know what to trust or whatever, because
why? Robert, I got to listen. I hate to even keep going down this rabbit hole, but I don't get it. Are you simply upset that maybe the seal failed or something happened? Or did something else happen here, Jeff? Is there something like, did you hit on his wife or something? I mean, I don't understand where he's coming from.
No, that's not it. I just want to be sure that I took it to him under good pretenses from 5 people that he would be the guy to do the job.
Yeah.
And I took it, but yet I'm here at home again like I was. I'm checking the fluid. I'm not able to drive it because I don't want nothing to dry up or nothing to get messed up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I'm worried about.
He's just disappointed.
And, you know, and I wish I could say that every job goes right every time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's just not the case.
But you're going to fix it Monday.
We're going to fix it. This is just hands down. We have no problem covering our work. We take a lot of pride in our work, and we want you satisfied.
Yeah, Robert, they're going to handle it Monday, man. Then you're going to be in good shape. If they, here's what I'd like you to do. I'd like you to call, is it a one-day job or is it a big job?
We should be able to get it done that day, yes.
Yeah, so you should have it back Monday. I want you to call us Tuesday, okay? Is that cool?
Well, it takes a couple of days because when I
okay, then call us next Friday. Okay, Robert, listen, man. I swear to God, I tried to have patience. I'm trying to figure out where he's coming from, but we're just chasing things now. That's what a warranty's for. I don't care. I talked about Water Pros, and we had a water softener. Now, nothing's happened to it, but if something did happen to it, I would call up Paul and say, hey, I've got a 5-year warranty or whatever the hell the warranty is. Would you fix this? I mean, I get it. I mean, how many days after the repair is this, Jeff? Is it recent?
Yeah, no, I think we completed it last week.
Yeah, okay. Robert, I swear, I get it. It's an inconvenience, but that's what a warranty's for. Be thankful you're dealing with someone that's going to hop right on it and get you fixed Monday. And I'm not saying that because Jeff's here. I don't care who it was. You could have called over Midas, and I tell you the same thing. You got a leak. They acknowledge there's a leak. They acknowledge it's under warranty, and they're going to fix it Monday. That's the best scenario I can imagine. Well, no. The best scenario is there wasn't a problem. But that's not life, man. That's just not life. I don't care if it's a house. I don't care if it's a sandwich. I don't care if I walk in and order a sandwich and there's supposed to be bacon on it. Okay, I'm going to go back up and ask for my bacon or a new sandwich. I mean, and if they yell, I don't even know how I got off on that. You know what? That might be the dumbest analogy I ever came up with. Carol, hold tight. You're up next. Zach, one line open, 303-713-TALK. Hole with the sandwich.
I was going to say, yeah, you must be hungry or something.
And if I wanted milk with the sandwich, wait a minute.
Robert is very confused.
He's a really, really nice guy.
He's
disappointed.
That's
yeah, and that, you know, I wish I could say every job goes perfect every time. But if that was the case, there'd be no reason for a warranty.
Right.
So, but he's a really nice guy. He actually sat.
Okay, hold on, guys. Some of the best carpet cleaning we have ever dealt with, ZeroResDenver.com. I want to tell you about these guys, and then I'll tell you about their special. But they use ZR water, and that's a high alkaline, super soft, purified water. And by the way, that is one of the best cleaning agents in nature. Now, you put that beautiful water in combination with their unique scrubbing techniques, their well-trained guys, and the fact they don't use chemical soaps or solvents, so it's all safe for kids and pets. And you're going to have one of the best carpet cleaning jobs you've ever seen. In fact, if you've ever had your carpet cleaned and they got rid of a stain, but that stain came back, it's not going to happen with Zero Res. And if it does, you call them up and they're going to come back out and take care of it. You can reach Zero Res at 303-471-5150. And this month, 20% off all carpet cleaning and air duct cleaning. You got to call in the next few days. The month is almost over. That is for June. ZeroResDenver.com. That's ZeroResDenver.com. Now, QC Colorado, this is an amazing product. This is a product that generally pays for itself, and in Colorado, it definitely pays for itself. It gets rid of all the hot air in your attic and your house and sucks in that cool air from the basement or crawl space, and the next thing you know, your air conditioner bills are up to 90% less. Yeah, 90%. and no more hot, sleepless nights. You got to check this product out. It's inexpensive and extremely effective. 303-800-3419 or QCcolorado.com.
No, he's actually a really nice guy. He sat in my office for a couple hours telling me stories and shit.
It almost sounded like it was a setup. It was so bizarre.
But I literally,
is he all there? He sounds a little.
He actually really is. And
Okay.
he was telling me some old stories and stuff. I could listen to him all day long, to tell you the truth.
I'm sitting there thinking, geez, what did he steal his steak? I mean, what is this? Problem with skilled nursing facility.
And she's a nut. Okay?
Okay.
She's a nut. And you told Kelly to get Brad O'Brien and Zach
I'll do
over the
that
next
first.
hour, so do that first. She's definitely, at least in my opinion, I think she's probably a nut. I gotta go on it.
I think, don't you have an advanced degree in nut detection?
I do. Suzanne does too, actually.
I think, well, she did.
What do I have?
An advanced degree in nut detection.
Isn't that called a urologist?
I have a PhD.
So I have a comment about QC Kinetics. QC.
They shouldn't have. You shouldn't have put one in there.
That's right. They should have told me that. So I'm going to call them up and get my money back.
Manage.
We had windows open last night. It was so nice. It just rained all night. You guys have rain?
We had a drizzle.
It rained at our house 8 hours.
Really? I love that patterning overnight, especially if you get the long distance rolling thunder and whatnot.
Love it. That's one thing I do. I don't miss much about Oklahoma, but that is one thing.
Open desktop service, request service, manage request. Service.
Ready to order? Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Gotcha. This is so nice.
I had a feeling you wanted 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Tiramisu.
Back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
See CapitalOne.com for details. This report is sponsored by the 47 Morning Update. Maybe a hot one for Friday. Temps back in the low 90s. Got some sunshine for the first half of the day. A few afternoon hurricanes for storm quickly across the plains this evening. For the Fox 31 for more weather teams.
If you voted for Donald Trump, then you've got to start your day with the 47 Morning Update with me, Ben Ferguson. All the headlines from Trump's Oval Office. It's quick, it's bold, and it's unfiltered. So download the 47 Morning Update now wherever you get your podcast.
You guys have any luck rebuilding Nissan CVTs?
Lately we've been buying them.
Thousands of devices. Listen to Denver's talk station from anywhere
A stream online
at khow.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the real estate man. If you were listening first hour, he's a great guy. In fact, he sells more homes literally in 1 month than most realtors in Colorado sell in over a year. And he sells them for more money. He's unbelievable. If you just want the value of your house, he can tell you pretty much almost to the T what he can sell it for, what it's worth. Check him out at frankduranhomes.com. That's frankduranhomes.com. Now, I'm going to bring Zach back up. Zach called in, and I'm recapping this real quick because we wanted to get one of our experts at referrallist.com on, and that's Brad O'Brien. So, Brad, I'm going to explain the situation to you. I don't think he's got a chance in hell, but I want to make sure. So, he was selling his house. By the way, how are you doing today, Brad?
Mark, I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm doing good. I'm glad it's Friday, man. I'm looking forward to the weekend and all that good stuff. This poor guy, though, so Zach had his house up for sale. A buyer engaged with him who had a realtor, and basically they got to the point where they signed a contract for a certain amount. Of course, one of the outs was the inspection. It was a pretty typical deal, and they hired an inspector. The inspector, the buyer's inspector, went into the house and in the crawl space said there was mold. And on the report, which Zach has a picture of, he is the caller or the seller or both. Basically, it said there was mold. And he went down there and he looked and he said, no, I don't think that's mold. Long story short, he actually had another third party come in and test for mold. And sure enough, it was not mold. It was basically condensation, but no mold whatsoever. The buyer, the daughter had asthma apparently, and when they saw mold, they basically bailed on the whole deal. They just totally bailed on it. And Zach is wondering, is there any way that you can think of? I couldn't think of one way because, one, he didn't have an agreement with this person. He didn't hire the inspector. There's nothing there. He's really has nothing to do with his life. But Zach is curious. Is there any way he could go after the inspector because he blew this deal for him? And the secondary question is, going forward, if he's got to disclose that someone actually thought there was mold, even though there wasn't, could he go after the inspector for just that? So what are your thoughts on that circumstance? But I want to make sure, Zach, did I kind of ask your questions correctly?
Yes, if I could just quickly clarify.
Please, go ahead.
My question would be the closing date was originally going to be July 25th. And the only thing I'm curious about is if now the closing date on a new prospective buyer stretches beyond that. Again, the only compensation I would like to seek, if at all, would be the additional mortgage payment on my old house plus the increase on the mortgage on the current house without the rollover equity.
Yeah, he's saying those are, Brad, it's pretty basic. He's saying those are his damages. Do you see any way that he could go after, let's say, even the buyer? I mean, the buyer, I can't imagine, or because,
the buyer, I got no interest.
Yeah, he's got no interest. Is there anything you can imagine that he could win in court with the inspector?
Well, there's no breach of contract claim between the seller and the buyer's inspection company because there's no contract between those parties. So the only thing I can think of is a potential negligence claim, like interference with the prospective business, interference with a contract. I mean, that is a theoretical claim out there.
Misrepresentation, possibly?
Well, you weren't no, I don't think so. You weren't the party that was misrepresented too. Okay. You're just a bystander.
I'm related to a lawyer, and she gave me the same rundown. So I was of the opinion I couldn't seek compensation to the courts.
Yeah, it happens. I'll tell you something that's even worse, Zach, and Brad, chime in on this. Let's say the inspector comes out, inspects your house, and doesn't find something that you find shortly after moving in. You would think if you're the one that hired that inspector and they missed it, you might get some compensation to repair whatever item it is. But if you read the contract with these inspectors, the most you would ever get back is what you paid for the inspection, which is generally $300 or $400. So even if they missed a $50,000 bad roof or decking or something, it generally still doesn't matter because when you entered into an agreement, you being the buyer in this case, the most you're ever going to get back is the fee. I mean, you've seen this, right, Brad?
Yeah, most inspection contracts have the fine print that says the most you can get is the amount that you pay to the inspection company. So that's a contractual waiver of any right to go beyond for $100 you pay them.
And wouldn't you think, Brad, tell me this, I mean, you were saying maybe you could go after him for whatever reason you gave, but I mean, all the guy would really have to do is go, look, that was just my opinion on it. I didn't put down here it definitely has mold. I said there's signs of mold. That doesn't mean anything.
Yep. I agree.
Well, he did state unequivocally mold present, recommend removal.
Yeah, okay.
So it wasn't but anyway, I do appreciate it. Do you want the just curious if you want the name or no.
No, I don't really care. I wouldn't personally want to use them, but I'm not going to beat them up over a one-sided conversation. Hey, Brad O'Brien, while I have you. Hey, Zach, I appreciate the call, man, and I hope he did help you out or at least get some questions or at least verify what you already knew. But, Brad, couple things, man. One, when people do enter and buy a house, I understand, like in Zach's case or the buyer's case, most people use a realtor. There's no doubt. In Colorado, we're used to it. What's ironic about that is in New York and places on the East Coast, you have to use an attorney. So what is a reason to use an attorney like yourself in conjunction with a realtor? Give a real everyday reason where someone probably would have been a lot happier if they used an attorney.
Well, on any particular transaction, there's over 100 different issues that could pop up. Not that they all will in one transaction, but I'm constantly issue spotting, and anything can pop up that is a legal issue. Real estate brokers are not allowed to practice law, give legal advice, or even prepare any contracts other than filling in blanks.
Yeah.
So there's a whole lot that the buyer or seller is missing by not having an attorney.
You know, we've talked about this before, but tell people what you know, or not everything you know, but about new home builders and those agreements, because we get calls on those all the time.
Well, home builder contracts are basically a leap of faith on behalf of the buyer because it's very risky. You put a substantial amount of earnest money down, and they really tie your hands as far as ever getting that money back. You know, your opportunities to get your earnest money refunded and to get out of the contract are very limited. So, and the builder contracts are normally custom contract forms. Everyone's different, and they're very long, too. They might be 50, 75 pages, whereas the standard contract form for Colorado is 20 or less.
We've had calls, Brad, and I know you've helped listeners out, where they put money down on a Lennar or KB home, whoever the builder is, it really doesn't matter. I'm not trying to single anybody out, but they put it down, the earnest money, like you said, a massive amount of money. Then they get towards the end, and this happened over COVID big time. All of a sudden, they thought they had that house for, say, $450,000. Now the builder wants $600,000 for it. They're like, no way, I want out. Give me my money back. I thought I was buying a $450,000 house. And the builder goes, wait a second. Right here, page 5, section 3, it says if material cost goes up, we can pass that along to you.
Yeah, builders are constantly putting new things in their contracts, so I need to review every single line of that 50-page custom contract form because I've seen them sneak in like what you just talked about, repricing a deal because
it's crazy.
Building costs went up. I mean, that's against the concept of a contract, in my opinion. But if you put it in there that they have that right, okay, you just gave them the contractual right.
Yeah, and you agreed to it. I mean, and who reads these? You know, many homes, I'll say this, Brad, the last home we bought, I didn't know you. But I did use an attorney and a realtor. I used Frank Duran, but I had someone look over it, and it was a pretty standard deal. But I got to tell you something. People are crazy not to have a realtor look at it. For most people, it's the biggest purchase they're ever going to make in their life. And you're nuts not to spend a few $100 or whatever to have it looked at.
Hey, Mark, I got to put in a good word for Coble Builders. You know, I just bought this townhouse 2 years ago. During the COVID, when
they didn't up your price?
They did not up my price, and when there was a delay, they said, look, it's going to take another 8 months.
Yeah.
And do you want your money back, or do you want to wait 8 months? They had no increase in the price of the contracts. They were upstanding builders.
Doc, you got really lucky on that. We had probably 20 callers, some of which Brad helped in Colorado Springs. Same thing. It was a brand new condo building being built. And they all got hit with like a 20 or 30% increase, which was massive. A lot of them couldn't qualify for that payment, and they ended up losing their earnest money.
It wasn't Coble, though.
No, it was not.
They were great.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Brad O'Brien, anything real estate, I don't care what it is, property line disputes, maybe you're buying a home with a friend or a family member that's not your spouse, maybe eminent domain, you name it, commercial, residential. Call Brad. He'll help you out. He'll talk to you for free. 720-370-7388. He's in with us all the time on the show. He's our real estate expert. OLSlaw.com. Hey, Brad, I appreciate you coming on as always, man.
Glad to help.
Thank you. 303-713-8255. I'm going to take a quick break. Carol has a problem with a nursing facility. That sounds horrible. I don't know if that's like a family member or herself. I don't know what's going on with that. And then Karen's got a problem with an eviction. Let's dive in. Let's help these people out right after this.
No, the price of my condo went up by $150,000. They just said, we signed the contract and that's what we're going to do it for. They were great to deal with.
Ever get your air conditioning up to your poker room?
No, I got one of those, but it really, we've been just keeping the air conditioning really turned up high. So like the lower floor is really cold and the poker room is bearable. I was thinking of getting one of those, like fans that, cool air.
Just even a mini split that you can run just for that room up there?
A what?
Mini split?
What's that?
A separate unit that would just do for that?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm thinking about getting.
They call them mini splits.
Yeah. I may get one.
They're not too terribly expensive.
Hold on, guys. Discount Bath. Imagine that. A contractor that does nothing but bathroom remodels. In fact, they do complete bathroom remodels or just partial or maybe just a tub to shower conversion. But they do it all at a discount price. And all their pricing's up front and transparent. You can even take a video right now. You can take a video of your existing bathroom you want to redo, and you can go to discountbath.com and upload it. And they'll call you up and talk to you about it right over the phone and give you a quote, which is unbelievable. Or you can have them out. That's what we did. They came out to our house, and what we really dug about them was their different ideas. And what I mean by that is we had a tub and a shower. They said, hey, we can get rid of that tub if you never use it, make your shower bigger, and increase your closet space. They gave us so many different ideas we never thought about, and their pricing is unbelievable. In fact, they also have one of the best warranties on their solid shower wall systems, a lifetime warranty. Think about that, a lifetime, if anything happens. It's just great. If you want a steam shower, they can do that. If you want one of those fancy commodes, they can do that. I think you get the idea. Discountbath.com. Call Chris and the gang. You're not going to be disappointed. You're going to love them. Get that free estimate. They're not those arm twisters either. They come out and talk the talk and walk the walk. Discountbath.com. Did this link. Damn
it. For line 1, just so you know, I drummed that call up there for you.
Cool.
But I want to tell you something. She wants us to push her GoFundMe because she's being evicted.
I don't care.
So, but I did send you the eviction paperwork in case you want to look at it. It looks like it's already gone to court. I don't really understand, but I emailed it to you. Let's see here. Demand for payment or possessions of premises. Huh. I wonder if it's a trailer. Court, Arapahoe County. You need help?
No, it's telling me to hold still.
I can't help you hold still.
Oh man, now it wants a picture of me. Take a selfie.
What is this for?
So I don't have
for
to.
A rental car?
Yeah, I don't have to deal with.
We are literally next Friday. We are flying to Atlanta, landing at like 7 at night, driving an hour and a half away the next morning to my mother's for a little 5th of July, 4th of July party. Then we have to be back in Atlanta by 8 in the evening to return the rental car, getting up at 3 in the morning to catch a flight back to Denver to catch a flight to Shadron.
We won't even leave DIA. That's when we get on that fucking puddle jumper again.
It's insane. I might die, Kevin. So nice knowing you. Good seeing you.
Can I buy a life insurance policy to cover 1 week?
That puddle jump.
Yeah.
You know how they try to sell you that stuff at the airport? I went to buy one last time, and they said, no, we don't sell life insurance policies on Southern Air. No, I'm kidding. We're sorry, sir. We're not suckers. You're the only one on that plane. That would be a good line in a movie.
Well, it would be. You'd really be frightened if you took two different flights.
Oh.
Then I know you were really paranoid.
Yeah, the problem is there ain't two different flights. There is one flight from here to
The other
Shadron.
option is I don't go, but I think I want to go see my son.
I wish Tom still had his, if he still had his Cirrus, we could be there in an hour and a half. His helicopter would just be way too much fuel, and it ain't that fast. I mean, it would be way quicker than driving, but I bet a little Bonanza or the Cirrus would be there in an hour and a half.
Did he actually end up making it out going flying last weekend?
No.
You know, I would have less trouble flying east in a puddle jumper than flying west. I mean, because there's really nothing between here and the Atlantic and the Appalachians.
Now we can skip the line. It hurts because we're a gold member.
You say that every time.
I know. We always end up in line.
We're like,
oh, I'm so fit to be
Sorry,
tied.
go get in line. There's something wrong with your reservation.
So theoretically, this is how it works. You walk over to what's called the Hertz Golden Circle, and there's like 20 cars, and whichever one you want, you hop in and leave. Not one fucking time has it actually worked. I always end up going to the counter for whatever reason.
800-200-0788. That's 800-200-0788.
Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. And any car questions, I got Kevin Calkins, Sheridan Auto Tech, and I got Jeff Vick. Any purchase questions, warranty questions, anything to do with cars, and of course, anything else. By the way, this hour brought to you by Denver Regen. I was telling Suzanne this morning, I'm down like 37 pounds. I got 3 pounds to go, and then I'm off the meds. I've been on trizepatide through these guys. You know, for less than $300 a month, you can lose a ton of weight. Think about that. In 6 months, I have lost probably 25% of my body mass. My blood pressure is better. Everything's better. It's incredible. It's like cheating. I don't know how else to put it. I'm not hungry. I feel full after I eat just a little bit. It's remarkable. My wife loves it because I don't snore anymore. DenverRegen.com. These guys are great. You'll talk to the doctor, all the follow-ups, the medication. Everything is included. Everything. DenverRegen.com. Less than $300. Now, I'm dying to see what's going on with this one. This one sounds really interesting here. Problem with the nursing facility. Then after that, we got Karen and Margie, both eviction problems. Evictions are getting crazy. They're really crazy. The pendulum is swinging the other way now. We'll get into those. And once again, if we got to get one of our attorneys up to make sure these landlords are doing everything right, we can do that. Carol, what is going on with you?
Well, I live in Deer Trail, and unfortunately 3 weeks ago, I broke my ankle. So I was sent to Aurora Medical Center for surgery, and then I went to a skilled nursing facility. And the other night, I realized that one of my medications was missing.
Hey, Carol, let me ask you something just on the accident,
sure.
just because, I mean, people are interested, and I am. How did you hurt yourself? Was it in your own house, just, being clumsy or what?
Well, I don't want to build a clock because I love to chat, but no, I live in Deer Trail, and there was a tornado forming.
Oh, wow.
So my husband said, why don't you go outside and see if you can take a picture? So I went out the front door, and I knew I had 2 steps going to the road. And I remember going down the step, and I turned and taking a picture, and I spun.
That sucks.
And I dislocated and broke my ankle.
So then you ended up in Aurora, and they basically, I assume, set it, and then you said, what was the nursing facility part?
Well, they set the ankle, they did surgery, and about 5 days later, they sent me to rehab.
And then,
so I'm in a rehab.
Were you living in rehab?
Right now, I'm still here.
Okay, now I get it. So now you're sitting at this nursing facility or this rehab right now.
I'm sitting here in my room with nobody in here.
All right, now let's continue on. I get it now.
So anyway, I'm bipolar, and I have certain requests, and I don't request too much, but I have asked them, please give me my meds.
What meds are we talking about for the bipolar?
The bipolar, and there's several different medications.
Carol, I'm sorry, but why wouldn't they give them to you? Why do you even have to request them? I guess I don't get that.
Well, I think that's odd as well. My paperwork came from Aurora Medical Center, and they look at that paperwork and they say, okay, these medications are for pain, this medication's for anxiety, this medication's for more of a manic type behavior.
Yeah.
So antipsychotics, anti-mood stabilizers, basically.
Yeah, but if they're once again, I'm trying to keep you focused here. But if they're looking at this paperwork, they know what medications you're supposed to be taking. Why aren't they giving you the one you're talking about, or why are you having to ask for it?
Well, they've been, it's been good, except for a couple nights ago. Okay. I count my meds and I look and I'm like, okay, I'm missing a medication. And
you mean the individual pills or a whole bottle?
Oh no, a pill. They give you your meds at night when you go to sleep. And I'm looking and I'm counting in my little cup that they give me, and I'm missing one. And I'm thinking that's one of my major bipolar meds. And I kind of didn't say anything. I was like, okay, they screwed up. And I always,
So you didn't take one that night?
No.
Did you bring it up the next day?
The next day, I got my medication again, and it wasn't in there again.
But this time, I hope you said something, right?
I did say something.
And what did they reply?
They replied that it had been discontinued. They did not have it in the facility. And I basically looked at them and said, you guys could really mess up my mental health by not giving me this medication.
Hold on. I'm trying to understand this, Carol. So when they say, you said two things, and it's very important. So you said it's no longer made or it's discontinued, meaning no one can get it, or they don't have it in the facility. What is the real case?
I got it. Basically, the nurse came in and said, this has been discontinued for you. The doctor and the nurse decided you do not need this.
But
I'm looking at them going, I'm bipolar. This isn't a psychiatric medication.
Now, are they saying that, hold on, are they possibly saying it because the painkillers, because of the whole foot issue, or your other medications, they didn't think it was safe for you to take them together?
No.
So then why would they decide to take away your bipolar medication? I don't understand.
Because they look at each medication, they know what each medication does. This is not a psychiatric unit.
I know.
They do not mess with psychiatric meds because they know that there's a psychiatrist that I have that's over me. So when they go through the med sheet, they'll say, okay, Carol's in pain, so we're going to give her this, and this. But her medication for her bipolar meds, they're set in stone. Well, basically, what the nurse told me last night is, I don't have it for you because the doctor discontinued it for you.
The shrink.
I don't think there's a shrink here.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on. I got to take this. I'm getting a little confused. Here's what I want you to think about over this break. Carol, what I want to know is what doctor said that. Was it the psychologist? Is that who said it? Or the psychiatrist? I don't know who actually gave it to you. I assume a psychiatrist. And if they had you on it, I doubt some other doctor, unless if there was an issue with the pain meds or whatever other meds you're on now, had some kind of interaction they're not supposed to have. I mean, I'm trying to figure out what doctor canceled it and where we're going with it. Hold on.
Good luck.
Pizza's here, guys.
I think she is off her meds.
Thanks. Yeah, I was going to say, she's actually, obviously...
She's literally off her meds.
Pizza's here, Doc.
What?
Pizza's here.
I'll race you.
Well, I want to hear this call because I have a few comments to make.
Going for a while. You got Mark's just scratching the surface on this one.
Just the tip of the iceberg right here.
You know it.
Yeah, because I have stuff to tell you.
I can't imagine being bipolar. I just can't imagine having those kind of episodes or swings, and not even even if you know you have it, you don't realize it. Gravitas, founded a long time ago. My goodness, these guys have done over 100,000 successful projects. Over 100,000. That includes windows, doors, and siding. What I love about them, they're not beholden to one single company. For example, in their line of windows, they deal with 20 different manufacturers with over 50 lines of windows. Beautiful, high quality, energy, beautiful value, you name it, these guys are great. In fact, they've been out to our house. We just bought a beautiful new sliding door from them. They came out, showed us all the options. I love the way they operate. They've been around, their warranty, the foundation. It's just a great guys. Great guys. Gravinas.com. Gravinas.com.
So, she sent another email while she was holding.
Yes.
That she just found out some disturbing news. So she tried to kill herself 8 weeks ago. Or, okay, when she broke her ankle, okay, she tried to kill herself. She went into a facility. Then they transferred her home and did an 8-week virtual outpatient intensive therapy. On the 7th week, she broke her ankle. So then she just finds out, she goes, oh my God, I was just looking at my med sheet was incorrect. I take anti-anxiety med at night and I go to bed with clonazepam and trazodone, whatever. For 3 weeks, they've been giving me 4 milligrams of clonazepam at night along with the trazodone. I've been feeling groggy for 3 weeks and basically they've been overdosing her.
So she's not in a facility for her foot.
She's in a facility for her foot. Yes, she is.
The meds she's taking.
I'm saying, well, what you missed, Kevin.
No, you just missed a
Before she
whole.
went to the facility, 7 weeks prior, she tried to kill herself. So husband took her to a center. They said, let's do virtual outpatient intensive therapy for 8 weeks. On the 7th week, she broke her ankle, ended up in this facility. They've been overdosing her.
Is this what she's telling you?
This is in the email.
So then why are we talking? So what is her question today?
I don't know what her, I'm hoping, so between Aviva and Aurora Medical Center, they've been overdosing me for over 3 weeks. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Take some time at home, file a complaint with the medical board, and possibly seek a malpractice attorney. Probably too much information.
All right.
I told you this is a nutty squirrel one.
It's crazy.
What did she say? She was taking a picture of a tornado and broke her foot. Husband's like, get out there. Go. Get out there, take a picture.
Go see if that's a tornado.
Wait, there's a semi coming down the road.
I was just telling Kevin, if I would say that to my wife, she's already got plans on how to dispose of my body.
Send that over. Send the eviction notice over to Brad as well.
Is it an eviction notice or is it already done?
Just send it. You don't have to send anything. Just say, Mark might use you on this if you're available. We just don't know yet. I don't know what the question is, but...
I told you. She wants us to push her GoFundMe.
Okay.
So she can get help. Brad at OL.
Gets me, I hate to see people get evicted, but they get evicted for non-payment. They have none of the money they didn't pay.
I know. Or even worse yet, you bail them out. How do they pay in the future if they got themselves there in the past? Use people's hard-earned money to prolong the inevitable. So she sent you that during.
We called her at 10:17, and a long-winded email came in at 11:17.
Okay.
So it was between lining up the call and her getting on. Is when she.
I'm just going to have you fill all that in. I'm not going to chase this down the rabbit hole.
Too late.
Do you want me to just do in a nutshell? This is what her problem is.
Yeah, I'm gonna. You'll see.
Do you want me to say she?
Yeah, you'll see. You'll get it. I'll tell you exactly what to do.
Yeah, but is it okay to mention she tried to?
I'm going to ask her. I mean, yeah.
She sounds.
I'm hoping she has a car that needs a transmission and a brake job. We'll get you guys involved here.
Do I have to promise it'll be leak-free?
You know, it's so funny thinking like, just being in a position like that. Not even, when you're manic, you don't even realize you're manic. I mean, the whole thing's crazy.
You need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, 303-713-8255. I'd like to go a little different direction on this call. And here's what I want. I basically want to ask Carol something, though. Hey, Carol, Suzanne was kind of reading through your emails. Do you mind if she kind of gets people up to speed, where you're at and what's going on? Is that okay with you?
That's perfect.
Yeah, hold on a second. Suzanne,
Okay.
so you received this email in through Help at Troubleshooter around 10 o'clock this morning or something.
Yeah, the second email, yes.
So go ahead. Paint the picture.
Okay, so this is what I'm understanding, and Carol, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you 7 weeks before you hurt your foot, broke your ankle, that you were in a pretty bad mental state and was wanting to end your life. So you ultimately ended up in an 8-week program, outpatient program, to kind of help with those issues. And in that and they put you on meds for and whatnot. And then in that 7th week is when you broke your ankle of that 8-week program. So you ended up in this facility, and it looks to me, long story short, that between these two different folks, in the nursing facility, they've been overdosing you on your head meds, for lack of a better term, which could be really dangerous to you. And that's what you're calling about, is they haven't been communicating to get your medicine right, and ultimately you've been overdosed.
And when you say communicating, you're talking about the mental aspect, this 8-week thing after the suicide attempt. They put her on certain meds, and when she broke her foot, the facility has her on other meds.
Right, at the facility, they
don't seem to be communicating
They've been
right.
double dosing her on some meds that could be deadly, I think.
So, Carol, is that in a nutshell? Is there anything you want to add to that?
That's in a nutshell, and it's actually between, unfortunately, two people, which I'm going to have a really hard time fighting with, and that is Aurora Medical Center started doing the overdosing at the very beginning when they sent the orders over to this skilled nursing facility.
Are they getting it? But hold on. It seems as if, from what you wrote, Suzanne, this morning, so I'm kind of using your own words, that they are adjusting your medication to try to get it right now, right?
No. I'm going home today, and I've got two dilemmas. Last night, the nurse came in and said, the doctors decided to discontinue, the doctors here, not a psychiatrist, we have decided to discontinue your Seroquel, so I don't have it for you.
Okay.
And I said...
So if you're getting discharged, hold on, knowing you're getting discharged today, why wouldn't you simply call up the other doctor when you get home and readdress this with them? Because that's their specialty.
I agree with you, but what's happening is this should have never happened to begin with.
So what is your question? To me, it looks like this is going to work itself out because you're not going to be dealing with this place you're at anymore when it comes to the care for your foot and the rehab for the physical injury. But you're going to go back and hold on. I'm going to put you back on hold and I'll give you a chance after this. But I guess I'm not understanding how we can help you at this point. I need an actual question like, I want to sue him or something. You got to give me something to bite on here to figure out what advice to give you. But everybody hold tight, 303-713-8255. Karen and Margie, I promise you guys are up next right here on the Troubleshooter Network. Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new...
All she needs to do...
use that word.
That's true. It's not. You shouldn't use it in this case, huh?
If all she needs is a Seroquel, she should call up her shrink, and she can pick it up on the way home.
It's literally what I just said.
Yeah.
It's exactly what I said. And I think she's saying, I want to sue these people for taking me off of it for 3 days or something. Hey, did Plumline, would you ask Bob real quick, did he get a place in Fort Collins?
For Plumline?
Yeah. I want to say they did, but I'm not positive. I really do. I really think they did, though. Metallica Sunday.
We're going to Metallica.
I don't know what I'm going to do car-wise. I think we're going to park at the mall and then take the train down. I don't want to park down there.
Or maybe
what do you guys do when you go,
would...
like a football game or something? Do you guys ever take
the football's
the
a pain. The Pepsi Center's easier with the train.
Pepsi Center's easy cheesy. Veterans is a bit.
I wonder if Mark and Madeline would want to pick us up at the train station.
I don't know what direction they come.
If we kind of did the 470 and I-25 area, I wonder if they would.
Remember, we can't park at parking rides. That's why I always say the mall.
Why can't you park at parking?
Because we don't pay RTD. So they literally have license plate readers, and they'll send us a fucking bill. It's insane.
Okay, so just thought parking somewhere that Mark and Madeline
we could park.
Pick us up and drop us off from.
I bet we could park at
because they live in Golden.
I bet we could park at Capla's place where Addie parks because she's not there. If they could pick us up there,
you got to have a badge to get in. It's a locked garage. What about right here?
Yeah, we could park here if they're coming this way. Sure, of course.
Or we go to the other side and just have them pick
See, but they're coming from Golden.
I know, but remember last time they gave us a ride or something. They were like, no big deal.
No, we met them there.
They ended up giving us a ride for something.
I don't think so. We drove and they drove.
You can just park it at my shop.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Park it in what shop?
Off Colfax.
If he's coming from Golden, would he go by there?
He could, right down 6th Avenue. You just get off Wadsworth,
Ask him. Well, we'll figure it out later.
That way all the homeless prostitutes would have some place to pay by the hour there.
Exactly. They're going to turn my Tesla into a brothel. A real cheap brothel.
Pay by the hour?
Yeah. $5 head. Buy one, get one free.
Group package, too.
A group package.
Groupon.
A Groupon. Oh, shit.
What was that movie where they were using the guy's Prius? Was that the other guys? With Mark Wahlberg and... We're using the Prius. They're using my Prius.
Is Bry W. our buddy at Walmart?
Yeah.
What's up, Bry?
Brad W. He says public adjusters aren't legal in Arkansas. Matt needs to know that because he's going to be moving to Missouri.
So let me get this straight. You can't hire a public adjuster in Arkansas, but you can marry your first cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Oh.
Is that what you wanted to know?
Yeah, tell him I want him to come on. Tell him, hey, call in. Tell him you'll reach out to him, but I want to ask him about something. And then check help. I asked somebody in help for a phone number so we can call him. This will work out great for Bob. I can't check help from here, nor do I want to. But I asked this woman for her phone number, and they're in Fort Collins.
Okay, is it new in help? Where's it at?
Well, I just emailed her back. It's about being an apprentice for plumbing.
Is it in help email or you're saying?
I don't know where I saw it. I honest to God, hold on. Maybe I did it on my phone.
Oh, apprenticeship, Julia?
Yeah, and I emailed her for her phone number.
Oh, okay. 4 minutes ago.
Then I want to put her on along with Bob to talk about the apprenticeship because they're in Fort Collins.
Okay, I'll get this lined up. We've got to get her number first, so
Yeah,
give
I
me a
know.
minute. It's for her boyfriend, just so you know.
Yeah. Head meds, very diplomatic, Suzanne.
I know, I was like, was that wrong to say? Oh my God.
That's crazy. You ever hear of a cone snail? Highly poisonous.
Sounds like a pizza topping.
It does.
Or a new Dairy Queen treat.
This brown and white snail this lady picked up in Australia because she thought the shell was cool. Put it back down when somebody told her about it. One sting.
Oh, yeah, I know.
One sting will kill you.
Yep.
Everything in Australia is out to kill you.
Well, you're not
But
kidding.
you think a
Australia's
cute little
deadly.
snail in the water. I mean, he was just in the tide pools picking up shells and stuff.
It's a certain kind of snail. I can't remember the name of it. I know what you're talking about.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, try to make your life a little bit better. Any questions, we try to dive into everything. I'm going to go back to Carol in a second. But basically, she called in, and she's got a multitude of problems. She suffers from some depression and other things, and she is also bipolar. She had a certain medication she was on. She ended up breaking her foot. She ended up going into a in-house or in-hospital facility, rehabbing with her foot. They kind of cut down on some of the meds she was on. She's dealing with multiple doctors, and that's kind of where we left off. But I want to tell you something, Carol. So you're getting out of that facility, that rehab facility today. You're able to call your psychiatrist and basically talk to them again about the bipolar medications. And I think that's good. And that's the person that should be making that call for you. When you're in a facility like you are now for your foot, they're kind of responsible for what's going on because you're under their care. And if they want to change some stuff up, whether it's good or not, I think they definitely have the right to do that. But since you're leaving there now, what I really want to know is what is your question for us? Because I think you're going to be able to solve your own problem once you talk to your psychiatrist again.
Well, I am talking to my psychiatrist again to find out what I can do to get over the overdose, because they've been overdosing me ever since the hospital.
They already cut it, but they cut it out now. I mean, you're going to be leaving, so that's not going to be an issue as of tomorrow.
Well, after 3 weeks of them doing it and not knowing it, that is just not right.
You know,
I mean,
Carol, can I ask you a question?
Hold on 1 second, Doc, then I'll let you. Carol, what I want you to understand, though, is if you're talking about getting an attorney and going after them, you really don't have any long-term damages that I know about. If the fact that, let's say, the medication, let's say it's the opposite, that they were overdosing you on something and all of a sudden your life is going to change for the rest of your life, I mean, that would be something to go after. But they're adjusting the meds and you're going to be back to your idea of normal pretty soon.
Yes, I agree with you, but I do have to talk to my psychiatrist and ask him. I've been on double the medication for 3 weeks.
Yeah,
and I have to ask him, how do I get off of this?
And you can ask him if that could have done any, permanent damage or whatever. Doc, go ahead.
I was going to say, Carol, you sound pretty lucid right now.
Yeah.
So there obviously are no long-term effects for 3 weeks of being overdosed.
Yeah.
If you were comatose or you couldn't talk or you were falling asleep or you couldn't sit still, if you had some manifested signs of overdose, it would be one thing. But if all you need your psychiatrist today is to give you the correct doses, there's no problem.
Yeah, I agree with Doc. I don't see a problem. I wanted to ask you, Carol, on a side note, though.
Sure.
Do you recognize, like when you have do you have manic episodes, you feel horrible? We already know because of the suicide attempt, you go way down. But do you go the other way, too? Do you get manic to where you're just crazy, full of energy? I mean, kind of give me an idea of your own interpretation of your own diagnosis.
Okay, basically bipolar is mania and depression. So when I'm manic, I just speak really fast. I am a jabbermouth. I run around like a chicken with my head cut off. I try to do way too many things at one time, and I don't get enough sleep. When I'm going through a depressive episode, I'm down. I'm feeling like the world is not my best friend, and I just kind of sink down in there. Right now, my bipolar medications are the most important things to me, along with a psychiatrist and a counselor.
Do you notice? Do you notice? I don't want to dig back into the actual question because you're going to be dealing with your psychiatrist, and I think you're going to be fine going forward. But what I'm curious about is when you're in either of those stages of bipolar, do you actually recognize them, or does your husband have to point them out, and then once someone points out to you, hey, you're being manic, then you recognize it, or do you know it while you're entering that phase?
I do know it while I'm entering that phase, but after trying to commit suicide, I went into an intensive outpatient therapy. They teach you dialectical behavioral therapy, which is basically to love yourself and end your suffering. So they put you into a frame of mind that this is what frame of mind you're in right now. Think about what you're doing. Try to distract yourself. And then they pull you out of it. You pull your own self out of it by learning through these counselors, and they are amazing. So I was 7 weeks in, broke my foot, and I was really good. I was very good at handling the situation, but kind of didn't handle it real well when I knew that I was getting too much medication.
Yeah, and maybe you're focused. Maybe, Carol, just maybe, part of this extreme focus you have on it right now, and maybe rightfully so. You're angry, your medication has changed, you were going through this process. You were 7 weeks in. Everything was helping you. I can understand the frustration. I can understand that. But maybe a little bit of your feelings you're having right now about it, maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe you should apply everything you learned in the 7 weeks to this, because going forward, it's going to be fixed. Why dwell on what happened? Why not kind of exit out of this stage you're in right now, if that makes sense? I'm sure a doctor would say it a lot better than that, but I think you understand what I'm saying.
I totally get it, and you are right. I think that just being able to talk to you and mention something to you about this has actually made me feel better. It is going to be remedied. You are right. I can get out of my head with this.
That's good.
And I will be okay.
Well, we wish
I just hope it doesn't happen to anybody else. But you know
I
what?
get you.
I'm good.
I
I'm good.
really
My
wish
foot's
you.
gonna
In
get
fact,
better.
we all here wish you the absolute best. I hope you get back to that therapy, and I'm really happy. I put her on hold. I'm really happy that she seems to be affecting her in a great way.
Yeah.
I mean, she kind of just talking a little bit seemed to help her out a lot. So, Carol, really, we appreciate it. We'd love to hear a follow-up. If you're ever feeling really bummed out, you can reach out and email us, and it doesn't have to be on the air. We don't mind communicating with you. And I hope everything's cool.
She sounds like a sweetie, Mark.
She really does. In fact, I think Doc said it. I think Doc said something that I picked up on. She seems very lucid right now. She seems to have everything put together. And it's got to be a struggle with that kind of disease would be really hard. And, you know, we've all probably known someone in our lives that has suffered from it. There used to be a talk show host here. In fact, he did some advertising for me. Do you know who that is, Dragon? You probably haven't been around long enough.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Oh, I know that.
Jay Marvin.
Oh.
Jay Marvin, I paid him for endorsements, just like I advertise for people. And he was the hardest sucker to work with. I'm telling you, there was some days, me and this guy, and remember, I'm paying him. I'm the customer. There was some days that were just absolutely miserable dealing with this guy. Like, I can't even explain it. There'd be days he's pissed at me. What I learned is he's pissed at the world. It had nothing to do with me. But other times he was so elated and happy, you would think he won the lottery. It was quite remarkable. It was really quite remarkable. If you ever talk to Shannon here about Jay Marvin, he absolutely couldn't stand working with the guy. He said it was one of the hardest things in the world. And I can see why, just from the interaction I had to deal with. Now,
I think Carol just wanted confirmation that the whatever perceived overdose she might have gotten is not going to have any long-term effects.
Yeah, and the remedy is right around the corner.
Well, the remedy is that she doesn't need a remedy. There aren't any long-term effects for 3 weeks of a potential overdose.
No, what I mean is, as far as the proper dose, the remedy is going to be after she talks to the psychiatrist. All right, 303-713-8255. We're going to have one line open in a second. Karen, you're up next. We got 2 eviction issues. We might be getting Brad O'Brien on, then a question on service. What kind of service is it, Kelly? What is David actually asking? Do you know? We'll find out after this. Everybody hold tight. I don't know if it's car or what we're talking about here. Well, I don't know about you guys, but what I heard her say at the end was, thank God for you, Mark. Without you, I'd still be dealing with this, but you have changed my life, and I'm probably going to say no again.
But now is the hubby going to be there, or is she going back into more mortal danger when she goes back into that house?
Hey, honey, is that lightning outside? Would you go step in the pool, and would you go get in the hot tub and text me whenever the lightning hits?
Is that a bear?
All right, Vestera Properties. I got to tell you about Barry Miller. If you've ever wanted to be a landlord, I've got to say this to you. Here's the bottom line. He makes it so easy, it's crazy. And not only will you cash flow on that property you buy when they're renting it out, you're not going to have to deal with any of the headaches. They find the property manager. But the whole goal for Barry is to find you that right house, rent it out to where you don't have to deal with anything but collect the rent. And then as it appreciates, you sell the home, and then that's really where you make the big bucks. You cash flow the entire time, and then you sell it when it appreciates and you make the big bucks. We have listeners making 40, 50% a year in returns with this guy. In fact, he teamed up with Wave 8, that's Tom's company, his wealth management company, and they're doing stuff with retirement accounts now. It's really incredible. Check them out at VesteraTurnkey.com. VesteraTurnkey.com. Now, John Fuller Law. Here's the deal with John. Both times we have used him. We got hit coming back from Sam's Club. We got T-boned. Lady was screaming at her kid in the back seat. Ran a red light. Suzanne had a broken nose, back problems. It was horrible. When everything was done and we were back from the ER and everything, first person I called was John Fuller. He got us every cent of insurance she had, every penny. Then after the fact, after he got every penny, he went out to the hospital. He went out to the ambulance company. He went out to the chiropractor, everybody involved that had bills due, and negotiated with them to put more money in our pocket. You can't ask for more from an attorney. And what I really loved is you're always going to deal with John. You're going to talk to him. He's got a great team around him that'll help you. But when you want to talk to John, you're going to talk to him. It's absolutely incredible. 303-597-4500. It's John Fuller, 303-597-4500. And by the way, about a year after that, somebody rear-ended our daughter on I-25. Same thing. Got every cent of insurance that person had. You're not going to find a better attorney. 303-597-4500.
John Libby wanted me to show you this. So I guess the Yankees are giving this out to the first 18,000 people at a particular game. It's a bobblehead.
Of who? Oh, George Costanza. Wow. Oh, because he worked for the Yankees. Oh, my God. Hey, Libby, get me one.
Yeah, it's no big deal, Libby.
Seriously, get me one.
It's probably not that expensive.
They'll be on eBay the next day. They'll be on eBay the next day.
They'll be like Beanie Babies.
Yep.
They'll be
okay. Anybody that gets me one of those on YouTube, it's got to be in good condition.
God.
If you get me one of those on YouTube, I will make you the grand poobah of the, what's it called?
It's called the Troubleshooter Show.
The moderators?
Yeah. I'll give a moderation extraordination.
What the hell, Mark?
Did you go to school with Bush?
I got my
to the school at Mark.
I got my GED, man.
By the way, if you guys want to sign my petition, I'd appreciate
August
it.
21st.
What's your petition?
Oh, to nominate him for the Nobel Peace Prize.
Oh, I should get that.
How he dealt with Carol.
Well, it's incredible. I mean, I'm not sure. It's life-changing, Doc. I mean, come on.
I wouldn't know about saving people's lives. I never did it.
When I met Suzanne,
Oh, dear.
she had a lot of problems. I'll just say it like that. She wasn't quite...
99 problems.
So
but Mark
taking on
wasn't
one
of them.
more was not a problem for her, is what you're saying.
No. I'm saying, she wasn't...
Oh, my God.
She had a lot of issues.
Yeah.
After meeting me...
Now she has one.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff's got my back. He understands my chaos.
Yes. There's always one in the crowd. Is that yours?
I think so. Yep.
The golden wrench. That's what we'll call it.
The golden
Right now, only Mark, Susan, Tom have the golden wrench.
I'll pass out one golden wrench.
For the Costanza bobblehead.
For the first Costanza bobblehead I receive.
Well, does it have to be the napping one? Because there's another bobblehead.
I want that one.
It has to be the napping one.
Yeah. 4695 South Monaco Street. Marc Mager, 4695 South Monaco Street, Denver, Colorado, 80239 or 7.
It has to be the one on that I just put up on the link.
It's got to be that one. It's Yankee Stadium one. That's the golden wrench.
How long will they get Super Wrench?
He's trying to avoid that answer, yeah. Could have her for 5 minutes.
Shut up. Kevin, just zip it.
Yep.
Kevin and I are on the same
Exactly.
page. Wait a second here.
Yeah, Doc, it is hard knowing. I feel like Trump sometimes. Like, knowing I should have the Nobel Peace Prize, but yet I don't.
You got chipped in life.
You know, it's almost to the point where they pass them out like candy, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them we'll call them after this show. You guys sick of winning, though? I mean, it's crazy. Court
I'm
cases.
getting there, man. I'm getting there.
I'm like,
It's just,
I need some bad news.
Does everything have to go through court, though?
Stock market's now way up.
Yeah.
I mean,
but they're saying the leading indicators for the recession are going up, so the interest rate's not coming down, because the interest rate's a big deal with what he's trying to do.
I think that guy, that Powell, is totally political.
He's totally biased. He is.
So they're saying Trump might name a ghost, meaning this is going to be Powell's replacement, and have that, and that's just next year, May. I mean, it's coming up so quick, it's crazy. He can't get rid of him till May. Yep. But the ghost. All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. It's crazy. What other show do you go from a call like Carol's to a call like Karen's that's got to do with eviction? Hey, Karen, what is going on? Are you the one being evicted? Are you the landlord, the tenant? Give me a little info.
The tenant. So
what's happening?
I've gotten behind on my rent for May and June, and now July is here. I've been out of work and just gotten behind, and so I was just...
Hey, Karen, how much is your rent, and where do you live?
I live in Aurora, and my rent is $13.30.
And then,
and
how did you get behind? 3 months is a lot.
Okay, well, I was working, and then I got laid off, and I was able to get unemployment. But I was having some health issues, here and there. And then when I was feeling better, in the unemployment, and then I started looking work, and I just haven't been able to find anything.
What is your trade?
Assembly, warehousing, manufacturing. I have a lot of wire harnesses. I've worked at Lockheed Martin, Air Methods.
Did you ever try with Amazon? I know they hire like crazy, as long as you don't have a criminal background.
Yes.
And what did Amazon say?
FedEx, they're just not hiring right now. Nothing. But I have an interview tomorrow, like a second interview. I've done the phone interview, but that's not going to help me for Monday.
No. So are you actually facing the hearing Monday, or was that from the notice, or give me a little more there?
It's from the notice. I sent you a copy. So I went there and spoke with him, because on the notice, it only has for May. And so I did a GoFundMe because I have no family. Literally, I have no one to help me. So the notice just has May. So I was like, well, if I could do the GoFundMe and possibly get May. But that's where he's like, well, actually, no, you owe May and June, which I do owe.
Yeah.
And he said, well, you owe May and June. He said, actually, Karen, July's here, so we would have to do that. And I said, I understand that, but on the paperwork for Monday.
Karen, a couple things. Number one, basically it's saying, hold on, 30-day notice as of service. I'm just reading this. Hold on. Within 30 days of the service on demand or in the alternative to vacate, you will have committed unlawful
detention. It's already
detention.
been 30 days, so Mark.
Yeah, so 30 days is Monday, right?
Well, that paper, I'd already received that paper before, because I owed for May. He'd given me that.
No. That's what I'm saying. Basically, Monday.
Okay, yeah.
What happens Monday? What's going to happen Monday?
Okay, well, Monday, I have to fill out the papers, because I went and spoke with him the other day.
Okay.
To the papers for Monday, I have to show why I think that, I don't owe this, but I do owe this. So he said by Monday, I need to make arrangement with him, and he could do it over 4 weeks.
Okay.
Which equals maybe 1245 for May, June, and July. But I don't have a job today. I mean, hopefully tomorrow.
Okay, Karen, there's just a couple things I want to tell you. One, the bottom line is Monday you don't have a court hearing. You understand that, right?
Well, yes and no.
Well, what do you mean yes and no? Are you supposed to be at court Monday?
Well, that's what I thought. But after speaking with him, he said that I just need to make an agreement with
Okay,
him.
Karen, please, this is so important. Have you been served and you have to show up to court Monday? Not this notice I'm looking at.
This is all I have. That's what I sent you. That's all I have.
So I want to tell you, it's not necessarily good news, but I want to tell you this. This is basically, it's pretty much a demand letter. They still would have to go through the eviction process, file the eviction, and then you might not go to court for 30, 60 days. Then you would basically be kicked out of the place. So you're not facing having to leave anytime soon because you don't even have a court date yet. And if he hasn't filed the eviction or she hasn't filed the eviction, it could be a while. So now, I just wanted to say that so you don't think they can show up and kick you out on Tuesday if you don't make a deal. Now, you should make a deal. The problem that I see is you don't have a job. I realize you're trying, hold on. You don't have a job, and I understand you're trying to find a job. When's the last time you actually worked?
It's been about 4 months.
Okay. You haven't worked for 4 months. You haven't paid rent for 3 months. So your GoFundMe's great, and I don't even mind telling people what it is, but I'm going to put a caveat on that. You don't have a job. What's going to stop you if people do use their hard-earned money to help you out? What are you going to do next month if you don't have a job? Do another GoFundMe? I don't understand your long game.
Right, exactly. Well, I'm hoping that tomorrow I get that job. And I did some applications a couple of days ago on Indeed, and I see I got a couple prospects there where they're wanting to set up interviews. That's what I'm saying. I can't even make an agreement.
Who did you work for? Who was the last company you worked for 4 months ago?
It was Stereotech in Inglewood.
And what did you do for them?
Medical assembly.
And how long what is medical assembly? Like putting together a wheelchair or what?
No, they do biological indicators.
Okay.
Like when you
I understand. Well, as much as I want to understand. So what did you do prior to that? Who did you work for?
I worked for, that would have been Lockheed Martin doing cable assembly.
And how long did you work for Lockheed?
I was there 2 years.
Okay. And then how long were you at that last company?
2 years.
And then how about before Lockheed?
I worked for a circuit board company doing inspections.
For how long?
I think I was there 4 years.
Okay. It's kind of interesting. That's better than I thought I was going to hear from her. There's a lot of people I talk about or that fall into the same hole you have where they're late on rent, they lost their job, whatever, that, have had 20 jobs in 8 years. You had 3 jobs in 8 years. So that's actually not bad. Guys, what is your opinion on that? When you hire somebody, Kevin Calkin, Jeff Vick.
Absolutely. You don't know a job hopper.
No, you don't.
No.
But what do you consider a job? Do you consider her a job hopper?
Absolutely not. I think that's her work history is great.
Yeah, it's a lot better than a lot of apps I've looked at over my life.
So she's not blaming anybody else for why she's not working.
So look, I don't mind if you want to give out your GoFundMe, if that's your end game in this call. I don't know what else. I really like the fact, though, Karen, that you acknowledge that you owe the money, and if you show up at an eviction hearing, you're going to get evicted. So I really do appreciate that. A lot of the calls we take, they don't want to come to that reality. I think it would be a lot better for you if you already had the job. That way people would feel better about it, giving you money. But it sounds like you're on the right track. Is your ailment over? For whatever reason you couldn't work? Are you completely over that?
Yes.
All right, go ahead. What is the GoFundMe? Go ahead. You give it out.
Well, actually, I don't know how to say it. Do I just...
Well, generally on GoFundMe, you can search something. So I don't know if it's your first and last name. I don't know what...
Just tell you what it says?
Well, you can tell us what it says, but if someone actually wants to donate to it, hold on. Someone's got to explain that to her. Suzanne, maybe over the break, explain to her, find the GoFundMe, and we'll give it out for you. Margie, you're next. David's got a car question. Everybody hang tight. I don't know what Shane's on.
I must have blanked out during part of that call. Was the reason she laid off because she had gotten some ailment?
I thought she said she got hurt.
I don't think she mentioned why she got laid off, other than just laid off.
Oh, I thought
you mentioned an ailment of some type.
I thought she said she got sick.
She said she was sick, but I don't know if that had anything to do with the layoff.
Because
okay. She said she was sick.
Because she should have availability to go after some family funds from the Colorado State freaking Aflac type.
Oh, if it was work.
No, it doesn't have to be work.
Yeah, keep her on. No, yeah, that's interesting.
Is she getting unemployment?
But I think her unemployment dried up.
But the unemployment, what Jeff's talking about, is the Family Leave Act.
Yeah.
Where she can collect her salary.
A portion of it anyway.
No, I know. You pay into it.
Yeah.
But
and an employer the size of who she worked to is definitely part of it.
If she's only been out of work for 4 months, that's
usually
well
it's
below,
6 months.
Yes, well below the unemployment deadline.
Well, 6 months, I think, is unemployment.
Okay, well, she's got 2 more months to go.
I want to tell you about a direct lender, and this one is really important. If you're looking for a home loan, a reverse mortgage, a 15, a 30-year mortgage, whatever, don't go through the middlemen. I mean, seriously, there's no reason to do it. CMG Financial, CMG Mortgage, these guys loan out multiple $1 billion a month. They're the lender. That's where all the middlemen go that you hear advertise everywhere. They're middlemen. They're not the lender. CMG is. You're going to save fees. You're going to get a better interest rate. There is no middleman. And if you've been thinking of a reverse mortgage, John and the gang at CMG are the most straightest shooters I've ever known. They're going to tell you if it's right for you. They can answer all your questions. You're going to get the best deal on it. You got to check them out. They also have the all-in-one loan, which is a 30-year line of credit. If you're a contractor and maybe you do builds and you need access to cash, you can borrow right off your house anytime for 30 years. And then when you get paid by the client, you put it back in, use it again. 30-year line of credit. No one else does that on your house. 303-882-6679. Call John and the gang. CMG 303-882-6679. Or you can go to John's site at partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Hey, Karen, how do I find your GoFundMe? I just like the title of it. Okay. Okay, hang on. Let me see if I can find that.
You know what? I am going to bring up what you brought up, Doc. I am curious. If she was getting unemployment, generally you can get it in the rears. That probably does mean she was laid off, not actually injured, and the ailment has nothing to do with it, but she's been sick.
Yeah, but I don't know if that if it even has to have a reason to do with your separation from work.
Look up family. Look it up for me. Family leave or whatever it
Well,
is.
there's certain things qualify, certain things don't.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like if you're sick,
yes,
does it qualify?
So depending on how many days you miss work.
How about it? I mean,
of the illness.
no, in Colorado, if you're depressed, it would probably qualify.
More likely, yeah. Tell him she was
Yeah,
pregnant.
can you email the
He
link?
gets 6 months.
Just put a pillow.
That would be the best.
Nobody's looking.
We know that that works.
Yes. Send the link
Tom
there
will give
so
her
we
money.
have it. I'm going to look for it right now, hon. Hang on a minute.
But I don't know.
News junkie, I couldn't agree more. When you want a job, there's only one way to do it. You fill out the apps, and then you bug the shit out of them. You show up there, you show them you want a job. Filling out apps does nothing.
It sounds to me like she's trying to get a job.
But I don't know if you're laid off and then you get sick.
I don't know either.
You probably have to be missing work. I'm pretty sure that's what it is with the family leave. If you're not employed, there's no qualifying.
Tim, it doesn't matter. I so disagree with you. If I fill out an application at Walmart or Burger King or Target or an accounting firm or anything in town, I'm not talking a remote job. You fill out the application, then you call and you bug them, and then you start showing up. Those are the guys I hire. when I hired people. Don't you guys do that too? Who are you going to hire? The guy that just dropped an app off and walked out, or the guy that's saying, hey, I really want a job, here's my app, and then bugs you?
Absolutely. Yeah, until you throw him out, until you're done hearing from him. Yeah.
It sounds like you do have.
I'm just going to block Tim.
It sounds like you do have to be currently employed.
I'm kidding, Tim. Kidding.
Don't get Tim started.
But if the reason for her separation was not, was not for performance or something, if it was because of her ailment, then she could have some relief there.
Well, yeah, then we start looking at workman's comp and other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
well,
what I am curious, if she's been on workman's comp, though, that's usually 80%, I believe, of your pay. So where the hell is her money?
There it is. Let's see, the GoFundMe. Do you want to look at it?
No, I'll have you do it on air.
Okay.
It's not super long, is it?
Whew.
I always wonder if you set up a GoFundMe like the signs, like, I just want a beer. Like, if you'd get more hits than your long out story, you know?
Well, that used to be the joke of some of the guys standing on the corners. And, I just want a beer.
Yeah, exactly.
And they would actually.
Why lie?
Yeah.
Case, you're nuts. Look at these people. They're saying, no, they don't play what game anymore, Case? I've only hired and fired probably 1,000 people.
He's talking major corporations, though, that have department.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get
like
it. I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
If you apply with
Amazon.
GE.
Yeah, Amazon. You can't walk in.
Or Lockheed Martin or
Yep.
somebody.
Yep.
I get you.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're not going to walk in
But she said
to the Amazon facility and not get arrested.
Yeah, knock on the door.
A Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Hey, Suzanne looked up that GoFundMe, and let me catch everybody up. So Karen lost her job. Hey, Karen, you lost it about 4 months ago. Why did you lose it? You got laid off?
Yes.
So you didn't get fired, you got laid off?
Yeah.
So what happened? What happened to the money you got with unemployment? Why didn't you use that? That should have been about 80% of your pay, right?
For my rent, then I had a car payment, and so.
Yeah, but if you were getting 80%, why? Where'd the money go? I mean, you were making X amount. Now you're making only 80%. I could understand if you were just shy 20%, but you seem to be shy the whole amount.
But I didn't make that much at that job, so I didn't make that much on unemployment.
So you were still struggling to pay the car and the apartment.
Yes, and then insurance.
Yeah, and see, that's where that kind of comes back to that same issue I was saying is, even if you get bailed out now, why do you think you're not going to have the same issue next month?
Well, hopefully I can get a job making more money.
Yeah.
I just don't want to, Mark, I listen to you all the time, and I actually think the same way as you. I feel really bad even being in this position because I think people should not be in a position, especially at my age, where...
How old are you?
I'm 59.
Okay.
And I feel
Suzanne,
so bad.
read what her GoFundMe. Go
Here's
ahead.
the thing, Mark. I went ahead and shared her GoFundMe link on our YouTube video.
Oh, okay.
So, but here's the thing. If you go to GoFundMe and to their search feature and put in Karen's Urgent Need, you will see it. It says Karen's Urgent Need, avoiding eviction. There's a pictures of mountains. So if you want to donate, again, you just search GoFundMe, Karen's Urgent Need, and it was the second one to pop up for me, and it says avoiding eviction.
You know, you might have an angel out there that jumps in and does it. You know, I'm not going to tell people how to feel about this.
I understand, but Mark, me and you think...
what does that mean, we think the same? I don't understand that.
I don't know. I just feel like you are a caring person, and you're very patient, especially after that last call.
Well, okay, Karen, I don't want to go. I appreciate that. But hold on. I want to bring something else up that Jeff brought up. Jeff Vick, Kimber Transmission. Jeff, tell Tell her what you were thinking during the
Well,
break.
depending on her separation, whether or not the Family Leave Act would actually give her some sort of relief. She could reach out to the state and get some funds from that way.
Yeah.
She paid into that for the last couple of years.
I don't think so because I was already gone from that job. I don't know.
Oh, you've got to. I see what she's saying.
The separation would have had to have been
The
because
separation would have been prior.
Right.
How many months do you have left on unemployment, Karen?
No, that's what I'm saying. There is no more unemployment.
Well,
That's
I
why
thought, wouldn't unemployment cover you for 6 months, or were you on it before?
No. I had it for 6 months.
Oh, okay. So you didn't get terminated 4 months ago. It was 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure I have a roof over my head. And like I said, I did a phone interview, and I've got this in-person interview tomorrow. And then
Where is the interview tomorrow?
Well, I hope they're not listening. It's at Cardinal Health in Aurora.
Okay. Well, listen, we all wish you luck on that big time. And Suzanne posted our link up there on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oh, it's way too long. I forgot. Do you guys remember what Suzanne said to search?
Karen's urgent need.
Oh, Karen's urgent need. If you search that on GoFundMe and if you want to help Karen out, there you go. 303-713-8255. Margie, what is going on with you?
Hi.
Hi.
So this is kind of a little bit of a weird, long story. I will make it as short as possible. I'm actually calling for my daughter. She rented a office space 2 years ago.
Okay.
And she was on the first year. She was on a 1-year lease. After that, it was month to month.
Okay. But this is on a commercial property, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's a commercial property. And she ended up signing a contract with him to clean the property or the upstairs of the building and keep the bathroom cleaned. He would pay for all of the cleaning products and all of the, toilet paper.
So in exchange, help me out here. Help me out though, Margie. Was that in exchange for the rent?
It was, he was paying her $200 a month to do that.
Yeah.
And she was paying him $100 for the office space.
Okay.
Back in January, at the end of January, the toilet broke. And she tried to get a hold of him, couldn't get a hold of him.
Now, when you say it broke, like it started leaking, or what are we talking about here?
Yeah, it flooded half of the upper floor.
And was it while she was working on it? What caused it, and what caused it to break?
She has no idea.
But was she doing something with it, or she just happened to be walking by and it was flooding?
She walked in to go do some stuff in the afternoon in her office space, and the carpet was smushy.
Okay.
Yeah. And so she went and looked. She shut the water off immediately. And so anyway, she's trying to get a hold of the owner of the building. Can't get a hold of him.
Did she get the water turned off?
Yes.
Okay, keep going.
She turned the water off immediately. She couldn't get a hold of the owner, so she started getting worried. She called the police and asked them to do a welfare check on the gentleman.
Oh, my God. Why? Wait. That's a big sentence. Why? Like, is he elderly, or why would she can't. Okay, so.
He's in his late 80s.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, so now what?
So they show up, and yes, he has passed away in his house.
Oh, my God. Hold on. This is getting crazy, but I got to take this break. Everybody hold on. 303 Martino. No, in fact, that's the best cliffhanger I could imagine.
That's a great tease, and she's not even on the radio.
That is a great tease.
I missed it. You're gonna
I think we are going to need Brad O'Brien, but we're not going to do it till next hour. I got to do a...
We might need Dan McKenzie, Mark. If there's what happens to the lease on the property?
It was month to month.
What?
It was month to month.
But somebody is going to own that building.
Sure.
You know what's funny? I watch these commercials on TV like we all do, especially local news. You'll see some of these window companies come on and they'll do what's called a long format. It's like a 1 or 2 minute kind of infomercial, why their company's the best, why their windows are the best, why their warranty's the best. You know the problem with companies like that? They're beholden to that one product. That's all they have is that one product. Maybe you got to fix it and flip. Maybe you want an Alpine window from that goes on your $10 million house in Aspen. Maybe you don't like the design of that window. You're stuck with one product. With Gravina's, check this out. 50 lines of windows. They deal with 20 different manufacturers. Their entry doors are absolutely beautiful, but they also have basic stuff. When it comes to their sliding doors, like they sold Suzanne and I, they come out and they go over all the different features of the different lines they have. Then you make the decision. You're not stuck listening about one company. And these guys have been around for a very long time, coming up on 50 years. In fact, I think it was Larry Gravina started working for his dad in 1972. That's over 50 years. Get these guys on your list. If you're looking for new windows, if you're looking for siding, entry doors, do what I did. Call Gravina's 303-472-8462, 303-472-8462, or gravinas.com.
This is a good spot. Okay, you want to check out your house spots? You kind of manage your time a little bit.
Yes, I'm going to.
I put the renew makeup on there from Wednesday.
I'm going to do renew right now. Let's get that out of
your life.
Well, no, I just did. Oh, no, renews interior. Yeah, hold on. Renew. What's his name? I like that guy.
Nick Fox. Nick, and then we have a couple car calls, just so you know.
Yep.
Got to get those on for the guys.
Yeah, but I got to hear about the dead landlord.
Oh, so what happened anyways? I missed it. I was getting a...
Bathroom flooded. She went to fix it. Couldn't get a hold of the landlord, so she had the cops do a welfare check. And
he's dead.
Passed away.
Her place flooded because of the dead guy's place?
No.
The building owner hired her to be a janitor, basically. So the bathroom in this commercial building flooded. So she shut the water off, did all that, tried to contact the landlord, couldn't get a hold of him. So
this isn't an eviction issue.
The daughter may be getting evicted because the guy who owns the building died.
And she was on a month-to-month lease.
She was on a month-to-month.
That's exactly where it's going. The new owner wants him out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. She was just an arrangement. She would get discounted rent for basically maintaining the bathroom in this office building.
Boy, we've had an array today.
Let's see, is Chris Abbott, are you on hold? No. The lines are full, Chris. Lines are full.
When you're hiring, the whole world hires with you.
See what I live with.
He's having his own little bipolar moment.
She got him to be quiet while he sleeps. Now she can't do anything while he's awake.
It took me a while to fix her.
Oh, do I have your phone number, Abbott? Let me see. Abbott, if I have your phone number, I'll have Kelly get you in queue so you can talk to Mark on the air. If you don't want to be on the air, it's not going to work. I don't think I have this guy's number. I might used to. No.
I want to go see The Velvet Fog.
The Velvet Fog? Is that a movie?
No. It's a singer. Mel Torme.
Oh, I did not know that. It was his moniker.
The Velvet Fog. The problem is he might be dead.
I was going to say, I didn't know he was still alive.
I don't even know. How the fuck do you spell? Oh, there it is. Torme. T-O-R-M-E.
Yeah.
That's the way it sounds.
With an accent they do on the E.
Yeah, I hate those. I don't believe in those.
Maybe Costanza wanted
That's the freaking French, dude.
Yeah, move somewhere else.
He died in 1999.
And more on The Joe Pag Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
All right, 303-713-8255. This one's taken a wild turn. So bottom line is this. Margie's daughter has some office space. She pays about $300 a month. The landlord or the owner of the building she's doing some work for, she'd clean the bathrooms in the building, do some other stuff, get $200 a month. So she noticed that one of the toilets was leaking when she went to use the bathroom, and it was flooding and there was water everywhere. The carpet was wet, and she turned the water off as soon as she found out, which was great, and then tried to reach out to the landlord. The landlord she couldn't get in touch with, and she's known the guy for a while, and basically he's an older person in his 80s, and she called for a well check because he wasn't returning calls, not answering the phone. The police went out there, and sure enough, Margie, the guy was passed away. He's dead.
Yes.
What happened? Just on that part, I know it has nothing to do. Did he have a heart attack? Was it natural causes, I bet, or what?
To be honest with you, we never found out.
Okay.
She didn't really go into,
Did he own? Was it like was it just the landlord, or was it the owner of the building? Who was this person?
It's the owner of the building.
So what happened to the building in his estate?
So this is where things get tricky. So he had passed away. No one knew. So the building is a 2-story building. The bottom part of it, there's 4.
Yeah, none of that matters. But what happened?
But it does a little bit because the bottom street level units, they all had their own electric, sewer, and water.
Okay.
The upstairs
was all shared.
was on one shared.
Okay.
Okay. So she starts panicking because she's like, I've got to have electricity because she has a seamstress business.
Okay.
So she has sewing machines and stuff like that. So she's starting to panic. Nobody knows who to get a hold of anybody.
Well, hold on though, Margie. She's panicking because of water damage. They had to turn off the power. It was that bad?
No. If the power wasn't being paid, were they going to turn it off?
Is she the only one up there, or is there other tenants sharing that bill?
So this is the other little weird part of it. So there's like 4 people that rent, but the other 3 are not, they're only there like once a month.
Okay.
He did, right before he passed away, rent one of the units to somebody who ended up moving into the unit or into the office
Margie,
space.
this is getting a little drawn out. What I mean by this is typically what would happen is someone else is going to inherit this building, or the estate's going to have it and sell it. So, where does everything stand right now?
So my daughter found another place. She eventually, this guy's sister notified everybody that she was going to be the contact person.
Okay.
And this was the middle to the end of April.
So what happened?
My daughter called her, told her that she had been cleaning for the last 3 months and buying supplies, and the lady said, send me invoices. I will get you paid.
What would
My
the
daughter
total
said,
of
okay.
that be
And
with supplies and labor? How much did she send her?
she didn't send her anything. Well, the invoices were for $600.37.
Yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable. So what happened?
Yeah. So the lady never sent her anything. My daughter moved out.
So
at the
she
end of
never
April.
sent her the money.
She never sent the money.
Okay.
My daughter moved out.
And?
Found a better place. So last Friday, skipping forward, she gets a registered letter, which he didn't even get it picked up.
And what does it
Saturday
say? What
because
does
they
it
weren't
say?
home. It is the beginning stages of an eviction.
Okay,
They're
hold on.
saying
And,
that
and,
she
and she's
owes
saying
12
that your daughter owes money as well, right?
They're saying that she owes $1,200.
Okay, hold on. I get it now. 303-713-8255. We'll finish that up. Then John's got a scam. David, Shane, everybody hold tight. Car questions coming up as well.
Criminal defense, DUI, or other charges. Free initial.
I never said what color the carpet was.
I know.
Kevin, I thought you were going to walk out.
She was tough. And no, the fact that it had a one-story below that splits power has nothing to do with her question.
No.
Not a damn thing.
Nor does the electricity even have to do with it because she knows who
Zero.
the point of contact is.
Unless if she's going to say part of that $1,200
Is the utilities.
is the utilities, which is the electric. But no matter what, it's all going to be contractual in her lease.
Yeah.
And she should only owe for 1 month, if it's month to month.
Well, no, because it probably says you got to give notice.
But we don't know. Don't ask. Yeah.
And I don't think she knows.
She's going to have to just go to court and let the judge figure it out.
Nobody got me anything when you're for that payment.
Can you imagine paying $100?
I thought I sent it. Oh, I sent I got to go.
Well, it's like the girl earlier said,
I know why.
said that she got, her rent was $1,330
Was it
a
in
month.
that string and I just missed
In
it?
the Denver area? Where did you get that?
Yeah, it's $300 a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This might be it. July 8160.
Is it possible to get evicted if you already moved out?
If you never served notice and they just assume you're there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. She didn't tell him she moved.
Well, you would have thought she would.
This is the spreadsheet. It shows the amount for July, August, and September. Am I supposed to pay that 8160 for July?
No, well, yes, but not until I tell you to.
Oh, okay.
But I might be able to help her out because if she's a good seamstress, I need some curtains. Give her some work.
Yeah.
NASA is weighing in on the mysterious fireball that streaked across Atlanta. Reactions caught on dash cam as fireballs went streaking across blue sky.
Canada's in the bullseye again.
Of what?
Trump
What would they do now?
immediately ending trade talks over digital tax dispute.
Who's ending them?
Trump said he's ending them. They have deadlines coming up, so everybody who's negotiating can extend. He said if they're not negotiating in good faith, it's, tariffs are kicking in.
Pieces of it even pierced like bullets into a Georgia home. Like Stone, ABC News. Maryland man is out more than $5,000 after he was targeted by scammers claiming he had missed jury duty. The victim told ABC News he felt like he had to pay up or face being arrested. Officials said the best way to protect yourself.
What was the porn thing in the Supreme Court?
Huh?
Porn? Some porn ruling?
Is it pornographic?
I'm assuming that's what porn is. I don't know. Oh, age verification requirements is what it was. can't believe that even made it to the Supreme Court.
What was it?
That in Texas, they were saying it was a violation of their freedom of speech to have to verify age of the people trying to access the porn sites.
Oh, that's a big deal.
That one, yeah.
That was a big deal.
Yeah, but why? Why shouldn't they?
Well, they don't want. Okay, so
No,
there's.
I think they should verify. Texas wanted to eliminate.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem people were saying is the problem. When you verify through something like Verify Me or whatever they use for verification, they have all your information and know you're trying to go to a porn site.
Yep.
So they were saying that people like employers and other people could possibly use that information against you if the information.
They can track me when I'm on here right now?
Yes. Basically, Kevin, that's what's going on here.
You try to go to Pornhub or whatever.com and you got to upload a photo ID and all this stuff. That's a little fucking weird.
That's messed up.
I mean, I didn't mind doing it. I was.
Did they pass it or?
Yeah, what did the Supreme Court say?
I was just reading it still, yeah. Well, you still have Doc's ID, right?
Yeah, of course.
I've been thrown off more one sites than you.
You know what? That's the funny part is because really all you would have to do is use
It's a fake.
Well, no, because when you go through ID Me,
Yeah, you have to do all the facial scans and all that.
it's a real deal. But what did the Supreme Court say about
I didn't
it?
get there yet.
It's going to be one of those, they kicked it back down to. That was a big deal. I don't know how many states do that. Does Colorado do that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I almost had you.
I
almost had him. He was thinking a little too hard on the
I
answer.
know that fetish sites don't. It's amazing.
We must be on the same pedophile sites.
Actually, I go to a pedophile site all the time. I go to Odyssey.com and I watch Tommy Fellows freaking take out fucking pedophiles. I do.
That's weird.
He's a pedophile catcher.
What site is that?
It's Colorado Ped Patrol. Ped Patrol. And he goes around. They've got decoys that and they don't reach out to you first. You as the individual would reach out to the decoy. They start a conversation. They get him off of whatever site that is.
That guy get on TV, right?
Yeah, very simple. But he does it right here. He's got multiple states, but most of his catches are all here in Colorado. He's got over 500 people he's caught here in Colorado alone over the last 4 years.
It's crazy.
But yeah, he puts up the videos. Sometimes you can catch him so you can actually see it live. He interrogates them and turns them all into the police. He's got multiple convictions. Pay so you can get all of them, but we go through.
Wow. Those are all the people he's caught?
Yeah. Like I said, well over 500.
Wow.
Yeah, they upheld the Texas law that you have to verify yourself.
I don't think that's bad.
I'm not big on that. I don't really care either way. Currently, 24 states have passed laws requiring some sort of age verification with the goal of protecting minors.
$1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. It's car day, and here's the deal. We got Kevin Calkin, who's being a smartass over there, and then Jeff Vick also joins us, and he's being a smartass as well. No, these guys join us all the time. These guys know more about cars put together than any other two people I know put together, whether it comes to fixing, selling, pre-purchase inspections. You get the idea. They've been with the show for years and years and years. And thank you guys for joining us. And we were talking to somebody, Margie, whose daughter, this one's kind of crazy. We're going to run through it real quick. Basically, her daughter rented a place, and it was about $300 a month. She worked there as well and got paid basically $200 a month to clean the floors, clean the toilets, vacuum, stuff like that. It was an office building. So the person that owned the building passed away. It ended up going to his sister. And a couple questions I do have here, Margie. Your daughter sent her a bill for the services. Did she ever actually terminate the lease? Did she give written notice, your daughter that is, that she was terminating the 30-day lease?
She verbally did. She did
So
not
she doesn't
do a
have
written
anything
notice.
in writing about that?
No.
And how many months of rent are they
probably-
trying to charge her for?
They're saying that she owes, it would be, $1,200. It'd be $300, or
4 months?
4 months.
Did she have any of the agreement in
Would-
writing for cleaning and any of that, or was that all verbal as well?
No, she has a signed agreement on the cleaning.
So what does the sister say? What does the new landlord say when she basically says, here's the $600, here's why you guys owe me $600?
No, the sister got a lawyer, and the lawyer sent the letter.
Yeah.
And the lawyer is saying that you owe $1,200, you owe for 4 months. Well, 2 of those months, or 3 of those months, I should say, nobody in the whole building knew who to send checks to because they had no idea.
Well, then she would still owe it,
in
though.
charge.
I mean, then she would still owe it. She would simply...
She would still, yes, but they owe her the $600 for the cleaning.
Yeah, if I do basic, if
$300.
Margie, hold on a second here. I mean, if I do basic math, the fact she didn't get a notice doesn't mean anything. So just don't even use that as an argument, especially with an attorney. It's insane. It means nothing. It's like if my neighbor was stealing my mortgage information each month or my bill and I didn't pay it, it's not going to matter. You're still going to get in trouble and they're going to foreclose on your house. But here's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Simple math says your daughter owes $600. Would you agree with that or you wouldn't agree with that?
I don't agree with that. She owes $200.
Why $200?
Because there was only 2 months that she didn't know who to send the $100 that she was supposed to pay for rent.
Well,
because she was still cleaning the whole time.
Listen, the cleaning part is, let's just separate them real quick. Number one, she signed a lease. That lease was for a year or whatever. When the lease was done, it went to month to month. The month to month is still going to have the same kind of terms when it comes to ending it as the original lease. In a commercial deal, it could be whatever was in there, not on residential. But what was the deal in there? Was she supposed to give 30 days notice, or was the landlord supposed to give 30 days notice? Without looking at the lease, I don't know the answer, but generally it's a 30-day notice. So your daughter would have had to give them 30 days notice to move out. You already said that did not happen. You said it happened verbally, but I'll even go down that road real quick. Who did it verbally happen with?
The sister.
With the sister. Does that person acknowledge it?
She has not talked to the sister since she got this, the registered letter on Friday.
From the attorney?
Last Friday. Yes, from the attorney.
Okay. How many months has it been? 4?
So, from when? From what?
From when she hasn't given notice. Listen, forget about the notice you're talking about where she talked to this lady. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. It doesn't matter. How is the attorney calculating $1,200? That's got to be 4 months.
Yes, he is saying that she owes 4 months.
And then in that 4 months, let's just take that. Let's just say it's 4 months she owes. In that 4 months, how many months did she actually work and clean the bathrooms?
2?
She
1? Cleaned the bathrooms. No, she cleaned the bathrooms up until the end of April.
So that means nothing to me. How many months?
So it would have been January, February, March, April.
So she owes for are those the same?
What they're saying is that she is still in the building
Because she hasn't given written notice.
But so talking to the sister didn't make a difference.
Margie, listen, I'm not saying it makes a difference if the sister acknowledges it and says, yes, she did give me notice. If the sister doesn't acknowledge it and it's in front of a judge, you're going to have no proof. I mean, that's what it's going to come down to. Listen, here's what I do, and this is not legal advice, but I want to tell you how I would handle this situation. First of all, there's a real math issue here. I don't understand your math, nor do I really care at this point, because here's what I would do. I would tell the attorney, you know what? They owe me this much money. I told this lady I was getting out of here, and leave it at that. I told her I was out. And if she doesn't want to... Go ahead.
She did that. She sent him an email, or sent the lady an email, the attorney, on Tuesday.
Yeah.
And they responded and said, we didn't give you permission to leave. That was their comment.
Well, I don't even understand that, so I'm going to continue on my thought train here.
Yeah, I don't understand it either.
Yeah, well, listen, though. Here's basically it. She's out. She doesn't need to be there. They can come after her and try to go after her for whatever reason. They're going to have to bring her to court. It's not like they can evict her right now because she's already gone. I mean, she's up and out.
Yeah.
They're not holding her equipment hostage, are they?
No, everything
so
is
she's
gone.
up and gone. I would let them bring you to court or bring me to court because I'm using that as this example is what I would do. And I would let them sue me. Then I would show up in court and I would say, Your Honor, here's what happened. Here's the agreement where I would be getting paid to do this and do that. They tried to tell me I owed $1,200. I simply do not owe that much. I get $200 a month to do this per this written agreement right here. And I told the new owner that I was getting out of there. And I mean, that's exactly, let a judge sort it out. That's exactly what I would do.
Okay, so now let me ask you this. Should we get an attorney or should we do it by ourselves?
I would just wait. First of all, I wouldn't get an attorney personally. Once again, this is not legal advice. I wouldn't get an attorney until they sued me. If they sued me in anything but small claims court, I would then have a free consultation with an attorney like Brad O'Brien. And the reason I say that is, if the settlement is $1,200 and an attorney is going to cost $2,000, I might consider paying the $1,200. So I would wait till they sue her, though, and I highly doubt they're going to sue her over $1,200. I think either they have a relative that's an attorney or a friend that's an attorney, or they paid an attorney $100 or prepaid legal to write your daughter the nastygram. I would make them follow up with an actual lawsuit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have your chance, or she's going to have her chance in front of a judge. There's no doubt about it. But that's where I'd leave it. But here's the other thing. I'm going to have Kelly, I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to have Kelly give you Brad O'Brien's phone number. I want you to call up and just talk to Brad and let us know kind of what he said. Just talk to him. He'll talk to you over the phone real quick. But the problem with hiring somebody is it's going to cost you more than $1,200. So that's what I'm saying. Make them serve you. Make them come after you. I mean, that's what I would do. I can't put it any other way, but if you want to call Brad, feel free to call Brad. Now, Shane, what's going on with you? Shane.
Hey, so took my car into Brakes Plus, had some brake
problems. Oh, and David, you're next, by the way. Go ahead, Shane.
Brakes were just kind of grabbing at low speeds, kind of violently, just kind of creeping up at a light, would kind of grab. And I took the brake wheels off, looked at it, couldn't see anything. So I took it into Brakes Plus. They said it was likely due to the control arm shifting under braking pressure. And then they also had a list of other things, like it was $1,700 what they quoted me for everything.
Got it.
The initial guy dropped the ball. He didn't know their financing situation, and
I don't know what that means.
So I asked about like what their financing options were.
Oh, okay. And what did they tell you initially?
They couldn't tell me anything. They don't know.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was like, okay, I'm going to go somewhere else. I took it to Midas, was going to take it in the next day for Midas to look at it. Brakes Plus called me back, said, hey, we messed up. Our guys should have known. Since we messed up, we'll give you $500 off. So,
Oh, wow. $500 off, plus
yeah.
they found you financing, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I got to take this break. I guarantee this doesn't end with that good news. I guarantee something happened after that. Everybody will find out after this.
We're getting great teasers.
Could it be a control arm doing the problem? We don't get a lot of bad calls on Brakes
How do you get a
Plus.
$500 discount on a $1,700?
That part I don't get. I don't know why they would extend that. I mean, unless if they're just so slow, they're like, we'll break even or something on it. You know, it doesn't matter if you're 30 and thinking of retirement, which, by the way, would probably be the best thing, or if you're 60, 65, and it's hitting you in the face. Here's the deal. You need someone that cares about you, takes the individual, meaning you and your family, and makes that their priority when it comes to retirement. That's what the guys at Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies do. In fact, it's a family approach. It's a father and a son-in-law and a wife, and these people are really good at what they do. They don't try to just sell you products. They'll talk about different annuities and different investments, but they actually dive into your life. They're going to talk about tax ramifications, healthcare. They're going to teach you about Social Security, how to optimize your benefits. They're going to talk to you about Medicare and supplements. How about long-term care? There's something a lot of people don't think about, but a lot of people need. They also do estate planning. Maybe you have a business and you want to pass it on to your kids or get it sold. They can help you with your retirement. They've been doing it for over 40 years. I want you to check them out at rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com, or give them a call, 970-663-3211.
Mark, that gal with the Bob Logan call for the apprenticeship,
Yeah.
she's just sent her phone number.
Oh, cool.
I'm a little afraid with the calls we have.
No, get her and Bob on. It'll be real quick. Just get them lined up. Actually, you know what would be perfect is 140. 140. Tell Bob it's going to be about 3 minutes and tell him it's apprenticeship stuff. They have some of the best ways ever. Tell him it's a great call. Mark said it's a great call for recruitment. Brian W. When are you coming out again, bro? Next time you come out, man, one of these days you got to spend a full day with us. We'll drive up to, we'll drive up to Pikes Peak or someplace you guys never been.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
I'll let you buy me dinner, and I could use a new jacket.
I love Bri W and his wife, Lisa.
Hey, Suze?
Yep.
When are we having Zero Res come into the studio? Do you know?
Never.
Say that again?
No, they're not coming back in.
Oh, they're not?
No.
Okay.
Why?
Oh, I wanted to, because I called them up to find out about cleaning. So I had the 3 rooms for whatever. So I had 1 room and 2 area rugs.
Yeah.
They gave me some ridiculous price, like, almost $200.
Yeah.
It's less than 3 rooms.
I get it. He just got back from Vegas on Wednesday. Call up and book Tavern on the Green. I want to do that helicopter deal where you fly into Tavern on the Green
With
in
Bri
New York
W and
City.
Lisa?
Yeah.
Don't come without Lisa.
So, Bri, listen, man, You're going to do that whole, since you're paying, we're going to do that whole fly in by helicopter, land on Tavern on the Green, and
no, we'll just jet off to Vegas for a couple hours, have dinner.
No, I'd rather do the whole helicopter.
Tavern on the Green in New York?
Yeah.
I don't think you can helicopter in.
Yeah, you can.
Mark says you can.
Really? I don't think so.
You can helicopter anywhere you want. Tom's proved that to me.
You'd have to helicopter into Central Park.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, most of those buildings out there you can land on. Did you know that?
I don't think so, Mark.
I'm telling you. Name one building you can't land on.
The old Pan Am building.
Been there, done it, landed on it.
Oh my God.
Suzanne was there with me.
Yeah, right.
They used to have a heliport there, and then years ago they stopped it, and they stopped the helicopter flights over Manhattan.
Over Manhattan,
Well, that's for people that follow the rules.
Yeah.
That's for other people. I bet Trump could land there.
I don't think so.
I guarantee Trump could. He's a president.
Lisa won't fly.
Why?
I don't know.
That's weird. It's Friday.
How's Spotter 2? You're running out of time.
Okay.
Did you even do Renew? You haven't done Renew. Oof. Renew, Fix It, One, Genesis, K&H.
I'm doing Renew right now.
Oof. And then back to...
Your trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
You know, Renew Home Innovations, these guys do things very quickly, too. They have these new beautiful porcelain sheets. It can turn your shower or your entire bathroom into the most beautiful sanctuary. These guys have great prices. They got a special promotion right now. You get the free shower door, 12 months, no payment, no interest. And then they also have discounts for veterans and active military. And a lot of times they can do the entire installation. Listen to this. In 1 week. Great prices, quick service. These are great guys. You're going to love Nick. 303-904-2000. 303-904-2000 or renewhomeinnovations.com. Now we're going to go right back to the phone lines. And Shane, here's the bottom line. Shane brought his vehicle to Brakes Plus. They gave him an estimate for about $1,700, but told him at first they didn't offer any financing options. So we brought it over to somewhere else. Meantime, Brakes Plus calls back and goes, that employee didn't really know what they were talking about. We do have finance options, and we're sorry about that. We're going to go ahead and give you a $500 discount, and, of course, you can use our financing. So what happened next, Shane?
Yep. So, got the car back after setting up with their credit card thing.
Hey, which one was it, by the way? Who was the what credit company did they use?
Synchrony.
Okay. Kevin, what is that? Isn't that one of these?
Synchrony is huge. They Walmart, Sam's Club, everybody uses it. We use Synchrony. Yeah.
Got it. Go ahead, Shane.
So yeah, I was approved for them, and got the car back. It was the end of the day when they were closing. I started driving the car and noticed that it was the problem was still kind of there, slightly different, maybe like a little less profound grabbing. But within 5 minutes of driving it I went straight to the grocery store. Before I got to the grocery store, it was worse. It was grabbing worse, and the pedal was like kind of vibrating underneath my foot.
Wow.
So I just drove it directly home and then took it up there the next morning. They took it back in their shop to look at it to see what's wrong. And while they had it back in their shop that time, they said, well, we got the vibrating to stop and the grabbing to stop, but now you have to put your whole weight on the brake pedal to stop it, and there's all these warning lights on. And so they towed it over to another Brakes Plus across town where it sat for 2 weeks.
Where's it at now? What are they saying is wrong with it?
So after the Brakes Plus across town couldn't figure it out for 2 weeks, they ended up towing it to Chevy down on South Broadway. That's where it's at right now. And Chevy told them they can't fix it. They don't make the part anymore.
What is the part?
It's wrong. It's a ABS control module, and for that part anymore, it has to be VIN coded to the car.
Oh my God. Hey, okay, hold on. I just want to get some input from these guys. They're like shaking their heads like, wow, this is crazy, but it sounds like this can happen, right, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they could have done, to it by doing a control arm.
Well, I'm not even saying the control arm did it. They might have misdiagnosed the control arm to begin with.
There you go. Yeah, that's more than likely.
So here's the question. It's not their fault that part's not available, and I'm talking about Brakes Plus. Would you agree with that?
Right. No, yeah.
So what are you looking for? You're looking for them to pay off the financing and get a refund because they sold you something you didn't need? Is that where you're going?
No, not at all. So the car was drivable when I brought it into them. They did something. They even told me they tried bleeding the brakes, and after they tried bleeding the brakes, they realized that it was a self-bleeding system with that car. So they did something to where the time I brought it back to them to have it checked out, they did something to where they made the car undrivable.
So wait a minute. Shane, are you saying they're the ones that caused that module to fail?
I mean, there was no lights on. It was working.
So when you brought it back, hold on. I just want to get this straight. So you had the work done. All they did was a control arm. Is that correct?
Control arms and engine mount and CV joint.
Okay. So they did that front end work. Then you pick it up and you're having pretty much the same problem, yes or no?
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. Then you bring it back to them. But at that point, the first time you picked it up, there's no check engine light or brake lights or anything else going on, yes or no?
No, correct.
So then you bring it back, and the first time you bring it back, did you bring it back to the same Brakes Plus?
Yes.
And they basically work on it. Are they the ones that tow it to a different one, or do they do the work and you come and pick it up?
No, they towed it. They was.
So it was apparently over their head. They couldn't figure it out. They brought it to another Brakes Plus.
Correct.
And then that Brakes Plus did what?
They said they tried to put in two different control modules.
Yep.
And the first time they told me they got a faulty one and put in. And then, I mean, I've had zero.
Okay, so but they put in two control modules. That didn't fix it. Then what?
Then they took it to Chevy.
They took it to Chevy.
They had it towed to Chevy, and then it sat at Chevy for another week.
And then that's when Chevy told you, or at least you heard from Chevy, that
I had to go up there and actually talk
they can't fix it because that part is no longer available.
Correct.
All right. So now one more question. Then I want to talk to these guys. What are you looking for?
Well, I mean, they're admitting the fault by, they're willing to pay the value of the car. The problem is the value of the car in their eyes, they're only willing to pay $5,000. I still owe $10,000 on the car. And I mean, if I just take that $5,000, I still owe for the rest of the loan.
I am so glad I asked that question because really all that matters is whatever the value of the car is. It's not their fault. In fact, I got to tell you guys something. I'm shocked they took this responsibility.
I can't believe they offered anything.
And they're saying, we'll give you the value of the car.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. I got to give a high five to Brakes Plus. Now, the value is the value, man. It doesn't matter what you think the value is, and it doesn't matter what they think the value is. Jeff, you have something?
Yeah, I mean, if he had totaled the car, his insurance company wouldn't give him, whatever you owe on the vehicle, just what the vehicle's worth.
Yeah, so your argument doesn't hold any water, Shane, because now if you're saying the value of the car is more than $5,000, we'll get somebody on to tell us what the value of that car is, and that's all he does for a living. I'll tell you exactly what the retail value of that car is, and that's what you deserve, plus whatever the sales tax is. That's what you deserve. Now, if you're telling me because you owe more than the value on the car, there's no argument there. It's not their fault you're upside down on the car. Does that make sense?
even though they're the ones that ruin the car.
Yeah, okay, even though, but let's take it to a ridiculous. Let's say someone snookered you out of $100,000 for that car. That doesn't mean they owe you $100,000, but the same is for $1 over. Let's do this. Let's get on petty details, and all I want from them, I want to find out what the value of his car is. So get the year, make, miles, Kelly, and we're going to find out exactly the value of that car. But it doesn't matter what you owe on a vehicle. It's unfortunate, and it puts you in a bad position, but it's not their fault. Your mistake is not their fault for overpaying. I'm shocked they're paying. I still don't even know what they did wrong.
That you have a 2000.
You know, they could have, in bleeding that module, they could have introduced, if you bleed them wrong, you can damage it.
Got it. So they're acknowledging they damaged it, and they simply can't get one.
Yeah. And for $5,000, you make the customer go away.
Why can't you reprogram, guys?
Some of those modules are made single use. They can only be programmed one time.
So when you buy it from the dealer, it's programmed to that VIN.
It's not, you program it to the VIN when you get it in the car.
So why can't they buy a generic one and program?
There's no such thing. That's why the part's discontinued. The part that you can buy, that you can program, is discontinued.
Got it.
So all the used ones all have VINs in them.
How old was it?
14.
That seems awful.
Yeah, but it's a Volt. It's not a common.
I've got he's fixing a wireline for me for a 15 Raptor because it's obsolete.
Yeah,
it's crazy. CMG, I talk about these guys all the time. They are the lender. There's no middleman. There's not someone going to 20 different real lenders and figuring out the best rate they can get, then mark it up, and they make the middle. If you're looking for a reverse mortgage, a standard mortgage, if you're looking for a cash out so you can pay off some high credit card debt, it doesn't matter. CMG is the mortgage, is the lender. These guys loan out over $2 billion a month. I don't care who else is advertising, wherever. Go direct, save money. Call up John Clace at CMG Mortgage, 303-882-6679. He's going to save you money on whatever you need to do. That's all they do. He lives and breathes mortgages. You can also go to his website at partnerinlending.com. That's partnerinlending.com. John Fuller Law. Here's an attorney that just pulled off a miracle for us 2 times. Both times they got us the absolute every penny of insurance the at-fault driver basically had. Every single penny. I think both times it was like $50,000. We got every penny. We were injured in an accident, and we got John involved, and we got every penny. It was great. Then he went out, talked to the chiropractor that was involved with our case, and the ER and the hospital, and he negotiated the bills down to put even more money in our pocket. And you deal with John. You deal with the attorney. You're not going to get handed off to 100 people in some massive building. You're going to deal with John. 303-597-4500. John Fuller Law, 303-597-4500. Call him with any questions if you've been hurt in an accident.
We got Justin Petty on. I won't be able to call Bob I'm Mark. I don't know if we're going to be able to get Bob and this caller on. Oof.
Hold on here.
I'm trying to manage here, but let's get Petty and Shane off, and then we can go from there.
I got 3 things I'm thinking of at once.
I know you do. I can tell.
Yeah.
That's okay.
I have no idea what you're saying, literally. Okay, hold on, Mark.
Get that pretty little head too full of thoughts.
Well, AI is saying that car's worth anywhere from $5,900 to almost $15,000, depending on mileage and condition.
Really? Well, we got Justin Petty on. I told him the year, make, and model, so.
It's the mileage. That's the key.
And condition.
Oh, let me see. What line is this guy on? 3. Shane, how many miles on that ride?
Hang on. Hey, Justin. Just so you know, Sue's here. Just thank you for your time. 140,000 miles on that ride, okay?
Is it electric?
Yeah.
You're welcome. Okay.
Yeah.
It sounds electric.
I didn't know.
That's the car that they originally, I mean, hell, they were given huge rebates for trying to get people to buy them. The government was buying up most of them when they introduced them. They could not sell that damn thing.
Okay, now this teacher was 22, sent nude pictures to a kid.
You can go buy one.
How old was the kid?
14. Do you think he's going to be traumatized? He's
No.
going to be a hero, fucking hero.
That argument comes up every 5 or 6 years.
What argument?
So she sent nudes to one of her students. Now, do you think he's going to be traumatized?
But if you flip it around, it is kind of weird.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But if I was that boy's parents, I would be pissed.
I'd be pissed as
I would be.
Yeah, but the kid,
I wouldn't let my parents know.
I wouldn't either.
No, but as soon as they find, I mean,
yeah,
because no matter how you shake that
Justin
down.
Petty on for that call.
I'm going to finish that call quick.
Okay. Don't give out his phone number. Just give out his website. That's
No matter how you shake it
okay?
down, the kid's not traumatized by it.
Did you tell him your make model?
I did, and mileage.
Kids are traumatized when their cell phone quits. So.
Yeah, but now when you get
It's not
now
this
when you,
generation. No,
I'm sorry, when you get a picture of a teacher like that,
we grew up differently.
you're a fucking hero in high school forever.
I'm just telling you, I don't know how I'm going to manage Bob and this gal. I don't even know if this gal's available, so that might not happen today with
Was
what
it?
you have going on, babe. I might have to tell Bob we have to do it next week.
Did you already tell him?
I told him I was going to call him at 1:40. I'm just saying I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, get him lined up. Tell him we're going to do it right after the 45 break. So I'll do him probably.
If the gal is available. She
Yeah,
hasn't answered.
correct. Or we could even do it Monday. I mean, it doesn't matter. We don't have to try to squeeze it in.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know. I'm just like, I was trying to work with you here, but you've got a lot going. We still have another guy who's been holding since noon for a car question. So let's make
Don't
sure.
say that.
Oh, let's make sure he gets on next.
No.
Have our word will treat you right at Done Right Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. I'm going to jump right to Justin Petty. We're going to get a true value of this vehicle. Basically, an auto shop screwed up. They're willing to pay for the car because it literally can't be fixed at this point. So they're willing to give the guy money for it. His main question was he owes 10 grand, but they're saying the car is only worth 5. It doesn't matter how much you owe on a vehicle. I don't care if you're in an accident and someone ran into you and you owe $30,000, but the vehicle's only worth 15. You're responsible for the difference. That's just how it works. I realize that other person put you in the situation, but it doesn't matter. Your mistake was to get so upside down in that vehicle. But let's go to Justin Petty. Hey, Justin, we gave you the stats. What kind of vehicle was it, by the way, guys?
14 Chevy Volt.
Chevy Volt 2014. Is that an electric?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, so what is that thing worth, man?
So I have that it's a hatchback, right? It's a 4-door. It's got 140,000 miles on it.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get the caller back up because I don't know. Hey, Shane, is that a hatchback?
Yeah, they're all labeled as hatchbacks.
Got
it. It is the premium package too. If there's
so it's the Mac Daddy hatchback Volt.
Yep. 140,000 miles, correct?
Yes.
So probably getting close to 99,000, 9,200 maybe.
Really?
I mean, if it's in really good condition, okay, the condition can make a difference, but if it's in really good condition, that's a hybrid vehicle. So it can run on gas or electric.
But regardless of what it is, you're saying that vehicle, even in standard conditions, probably 8, 9?
Well, I mean, if it's in average condition,
yeah,
and not super clean or something like that, you're talking 6 or 7 on that vehicle.
But if it can't be repaired, Mark, is it really in good condition?
Yes, it is, because we're taking it at pre-problem.
Okay.
What was it worth before they messed it up? Not after they messed it up. So what kind of condition would you say it's in, Shane?
I think it's in great condition. There's no body damage.
I knew he was going to say it's in perfect. It's the most biggest, beautiful Volt ever sold.
Flawless.
Yeah. So here's the deal. Let's just here's what you got to do. I'm going to give you. Kelly's going to give you this guy's information. Okay, Justin Petty. This is all they do. He can do a report for you that's almost impossible to argue. When he does a report, he's going to show how much they sell for in this area and have real examples. They're not going to be arguing with you. So if you're able to get that report from Justin, you need to give it over to Brakes Plus and say, here's the deal. This is what it's worth. I agree. Under no circumstances is it going to be worth $10,000, but it's definitely worth more than the $5,000 they're offering. So, Justin, I don't know how you work on something like that. You're not dealing with an insurance company. It's a shop that made that car undrivable because they broke a part that is tied to the VIN number and cannot be replaced. Literally, that vehicle got ruined because they ruined a part that's no longer manufactured on it. So I don't know what you would charge. What do you think he would need in his case like this?
Well, that's what he needs to do is, yes, call and talk to me about it.
Okay, let's do it.
It's more complicated than,
Yeah.
And we'll discuss that. Yeah.
Let me put you both on hold. And by the way, that's Petty Details, diminishedvalueexpert.com. Diminishedvalueexpert.com. Shane, I want you to call out to him and then follow up with us. And then if they don't want to pay you what his report actually says, because I trust Justin big time. If they don't want to step up to the plate after they acknowledge they ruined it, but they're offering you not enough, then we'll get involved with Brakes Plus, and I know some of the guys over there. In fact, is it still Larry? Do you guys know if he's still the owner? Anybody? I mean, I haven't talked to him for years, but I knew him back in the day. So anyhow, that's the bottom line, Shane. David, real quick, what's your question on this engine? What's the problem?
Yeah, so I'm wondering, can I work out something with Kevin to do some work on my truck if I clean his toilets or something?
Oh, sure you can. Can you get me a new engine?
You might want to inspect those toilets before you make that. Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, you might be. He might make out better.
No, I want to know about the motor, transmission, and the whole thing, like the exhaust, brakes, suspension. It's a 2008 with the 5.3 Vortec. We've had it since it only had like 20,000 miles.
What do you want to know about it, though? How much it would cost to replace all that? What's the question?
Well, so is it better to go with a reman or a crate type motor? And then there's the cost and the warranty.
And I'm sorry, you're doing, so hold on, you're doing the motor and you're doing the whole powertrain, basically?
Yeah, I mean, the truck is in really good shape. It's still running good right now, but it's not going to last forever. It's got almost 300,000 miles.
Oh, wow. Good for you. Yeah, I would definitely go to crate because you get an awesome warranty, 4-year, 100,000 mile on most of the components.
And the crate being right from the manufacturer?
Either that or through LKQ or one of the major.
Do you save a little
builders.
money through LKQ?
Yeah, I mean, I have one in stock.
Okay.
That age, so that's why we go to LKQ.
But you can price it out for this guy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Did you want to do the transmission too, David?
Might as well.
Yeah.
Oh, 300,000.
300,000 miles. Might as well, yeah.
Man, you're putting a lot of money into that. Hold on, I got to take this break. 303 Martino. Yeah, I did renew.
Are we holding Justin for a reason?
No, Justin, we're done. Same with the other guy.
Justin?
Well, there's a big crash on the canyon the other night. I was coming home. It's about only about.
Surprised there's not more.
Well, I'll tell you, usually when I drive home, it's like 1, 2, or 3 o'clock in the morning. So you feel all the drunks
Good afternoon.
are going in the same direction.
That's true.
There's very few people coming up to the mountains at 2 in the morning that are drunk.
All right, hold on, guys. No more high AC bills, no more hot sleepless nights, and you can save up to 90% off your air conditioning costs, all for a fraction of the money. In fact, this is one of those products that generally pays for itself in a couple summers. It's the Quiet Cool Whole House Fan by QCColorado.com. It's quiet. It sucks all that cool air from the basement or the crawl space from the bottom of the house up and flushes all that hot air at the top right out of there. It can change the temperature 10 to 20 degrees in a heartbeat. You turn it on in the morning. It's all automated. Your house is nice and cool. You can buckle down the windows, keep the AC off. You're going to love the product. You're going to love the company. QCColorado.com. It's time to start saving money. We've been talking about this product every summer for the last 5 or 10 years. If you haven't done it, pull the trigger. The pricing's great. QCColorado.com. Now I'm going to tell you about a company I absolutely love. It's actually an attorney, Joseph A. Lazare. I should say a firm. Here's what he does. He does criminal defense. If you've been accused of a crime, and I mean any crime, maybe a DUI, he does a lot of DUI cases, and he does them, by the way, at a flat rate price. Maybe child abuse, maybe murder, maybe shoplifting, anything. It doesn't matter what it is. You need a good attorney, and we have done the shopping for you. That's Joseph A. Lazare. He knows all the judges, the DAs in Colorado, or at least up and down the Front Range. He knows how to cut the best deal out there for you if you're guilty. If you're innocent, he knows how to get in front of a jury and fight for you and get you off. Put this number in your phone. It's imperative. You don't want to have to Google attorneys near me when you're in handcuffs. 303-429-6200. Joe Lazare, 303-429-6200.
Robert, this is Kelly. I just wanted to get your number.
Dang, we're busy.
A couple of things.
For Monday, which we
Got Bob Logan
have
called
our
killed.
experts on
It's
hand for.
because the girl's
What
boyfriend
is
has
the
a
best number
DUI
to
recently
reach
and
you?
can't drive, and that's a deal killer for.
Oh, that's the whole.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Bob said that. They don't do it.
I said, Bob,
5462?
so the person we're talking about has a recent DUI. Is that a deal killer? He's like, yeah, that person needs to get a construction job at Uber for a while.
And this is
So I was gonna tell the girl that, like, look, that's not gonna work.
Not with most companies.
Yeah.
That sucks because those guys will pay for your school $30-40 an hour.
Oh,
Plumb line. They'll teach you the trade while they're paying you decent money.
Oh, trust me, I know the feeling. All right, hang on for me. We still might get to you, but just in case, I'll come back on the phone and reschedule you for Monday if we run out of time.
What's
okay?
that?
Hang on.
Oh my God.
Got it.
Yes. Especially anything where you got to travel. I mean, you're cooked.
Hey Mario, do you have a phone number that's
You got one?
to reach you at?
What's the deal with an interlock after DUI?
What do you mean, what's the deal with it?
Well, I mean,
You got to blow in it to start the car.
is that routine that you, after you've gone through the DUI?
I don't know.
That's one of most of them is for a year inside the car. You have to pay for that thing monthly.
I used to hate them when they'd show up into the shop.
And
well, I'm saying, do they always give you that option?
the option to put it in there?
Yeah.
No, it's not an option. You have to have
If
it.
you want to drive, you have to have it.
Okay.
A lot of them now also have cameras in there, so that they can make sure you're the one blowing in there.
Low rider.
Remember the options. If you want one, they will give it to you, right?
I think it depends on the conditions of your probation.
I'm going to end up carrying over K&H.
Okay.
It's the only one. I got everybody else.
Yeah, most of the time when they come in the shop, we bypass them. I'm not blowing in that damn thing.
Oh, hell no.
So, and then I noted on the repair order and say you can take this when they come and download your info because I am not blowing in that thing.
We charge the bypass.
Are we getting ready to go back?
I think so.
I completely understand what you're trying to do.
Can we do the follow-up next week because we're not going to have time today. It's just a little late and our lines are full.
That whole thing's such a racket. You got to go once a month. They upload data.
Okay, so you didn't hear from them. I thought you did.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do
$45 or $50.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's better not being. If you need to drive for your job.
I don't know many people who don't.
See?
I don't know many people that don't need to drive to get to their job.
Yeah. Well, some people take public transportation.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's no way.
When you get
sit next to him.
you have my email.
Mm-hmm.
Send me an email.
That's why I put the cameras on them.
Camera. I mean, my son took 3 years before they bought the house, lived in an apartment 2 blocks from RTD station, and just took the train to work.
Yeah.
So some people, you know,
there's been pressure on the manufacturers too to put sensors inside the steering wheels.
Really?
So that they can they'll sense the alcohol in your sweat.
All of that. Let's do a follow-up on Monday and see what we need to do. And
But that would suppose you have to sweat.
You're sweating all the time.
You wear gloves.
Huh?
You put on latex gloves.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
National Internet Safety Month, and kids in Colorado and throughout the country are at a higher risk for online predators and human trafficking than ever before. Andrew Hoskins of the Exodus Road is fighting this and joins me Friday on Ryan Schuling Live.
All right, listen, 303-713-8255, oneclearchoicedoors.com. If you need a new garage door, maybe you had hail damage recently and the garage doors on there, these guys got all kinds of beautiful garage doors. And let me tell you this, they're openers, these belt-driven openers, starting at under $500 installed. It's a great company. We've been talking about Chappie and the guys at oneclearchoicedoors.com for a long time, and they have locations up and down the Front Range. And then the other one I want to remind you of is Fix It 24/7 with that guaranteed, listen to this, I love this part. They'll come out and do a second opinion for absolutely free. Maybe somebody gave you an estimate for a new air conditioner or a $2,000 or $3,000 repair on your furnace. These guys will do a free second opinion. You have to do it. I've seen prices on, say, a water heater from $1,500, same exact one from a different company for $6,000. That free second opinion is worth its weight in gold. Go to fixmyhome.com. That's fixmyhome.com. Now, where did we leave off here? We had the guy with the engine. So, Kevin, you can basically give him
Yeah, if he calls the shop, we need the VIN number and everything. We'll give him a written estimate, tell him exactly how much.
Do you think it's smart putting all that money into that vehicle? I'm just curious.
You know what a new truck costs?
No, I don't actually.
60, 70,000.
Oh, no kidding.
So if you drop 12, 13, 14 into this, I mean, you're way ahead of it.
So, David, that's it. Just give Kevin a call over there, and then maybe he will trade out with you, cleaning the bathrooms. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. 303-713-8255. By the way, don't forget, help@troubleshooter.com. That number works all the time. That email works all the time, of course. And 303-Martino. That number works even during the weekends. You got questions? Give us a call. Worst scenario, you leave a message. We'll call you back. And then let's go to this. Mario, real quick, what's your question on stocks? Mario.
Oh, hi. My name is Mario Mejia. Yeah.
What's your question, sir?
My uncle has this. Okay, my uncle has this phone, right? And he has his stock market on his phone. I just wanted to make sure if it's legit or if it's accurate.
I have no idea what it is. What does that mean? He has a stock market on his phone. It's an app. What app is it?
Yeah. I don't know. That's what I was going to ask.
Then I would have no idea if it's legit or not. Get his information. He needs to find out what app we're talking about, Kelly. I mean, I don't even have another question for him. There's a lot of legit ones. I have Charles Schwab app. It's legit. I mean, there's a ton of legit ones. I just got to know what you're dealing with. Robert, what's going on with you? Hey, Robert, what's going on with your clutch?
It's a brand new clutch, a double disc, and when I picked it up 2 weeks ago on Wednesday, they told me it worked just fine. I went to move it, and you couldn't drive it in 2 gears. First and second vibrated so bad. And
so did you bring it back to the shop, and what did they say?
It's just sitting there. I went there yesterday, and the first thing he said was, "Oh, you come to give me some money?"
Come to give you some money. Did you not pay for the whole repair yet?
I did.
So what does that mean? Did you come to give me some money? You got to shed some light on it. I feel like I'm playing a game of, what's the one with the ships you try to sink?
Battleship. Well, because they got to pull the they got to pull the tranny back out of it. So,
but they just did
I'm
the
assuming
clutch.
they want to charge me for the whole job.
Okay, hold on. So, Jeff, just hearing what you did, you're the transmission guy. What do you make?
Got to pull it out. I mean, it's the same conversation we had earlier. They did something wrong. It should be a warranty issue.
Yeah.
So a decent shop should, if they say it's got to come back out, there's something wrong with the clutch or there's something wrong with their installation, then that's on their
Did they want you to pay up front?
No, I paid when I picked it up.
No, hold on. We're on a little different path here, Robert. So you brought it back because it's simply not working, and you dropped it off there. Then they simply said to you, where's the money?
Well, no.
Let's do this. I want to give you plenty of time, and I want to help you. I'm going to put a deputy on this if it's everything you're telling us, and we're going to pick up on this Monday. We're going to try to get this shop on and figure out what's going on. 303 Martino. Don't forget, that works all the time. Everybody have a great weekend.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
We clean carpets to look good, and it extends their life if done the right way. Don't waste your time doing it yourself. You'll never match the power of ZeroResDenver.com. Using highly purified, softened, alkaline-based water, safe for kids, safe for pets, get Zero Resified. Also tile and grout, hardwoods, laminates, stone, upholstery, rugs, and air ducts. 20% off all cleaning services. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Save no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Standing up for what's right. Helping out when things go wrong. Seeking the truth and speaking our minds. Not just making records, but breaking them. Leading the way behind the camera, beyond the runway, and on the silver screen. Not just making our mark, but making a difference. Now that's a job for a Girl Scout. Girl Scouts, preparing girls for a lifetime of leadership.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Several major decisions by the Supreme Court. One case allowing states to require age verification to access porn sites. Here's ABC's Devin Dwyer.
The court upheld a Texas online age verification law for adult websites, saying that it is permissible under the First Amendment for states to require individuals to upload a copy of their ID in order to see porn.
In another case, the Supreme Court siding with the Trump administration to limit a lower court's use of nationwide injunctions. The case over birthright citizenship can proceed to play out in the lower courts. President Trump says he's ending all trade talks with Canada. He says after learning Canada announced they're putting a digital service tax on U.S. tech companies. He also plans to bump up tariffs on Canada in a week. The defense has concluded closing arguments in the sex trafficking trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Prosecutors will address jurors once again before the judge outlines jury instructions. This is ABC News. A new effort by law enforcement to rein in a violent street gang in Central California has been dubbed Operation Shock Collar.
Federal prosecutors say the 89 gang members charged in a takedown of the Bulldogs gang were running the gang like a corporation, but their business was crime, chaos, and fear, allegedly ruling the streets of Fresno County while moving drugs and guns. And to those who have been charged but not yet arrested, Kim Sanchez with the U.S. Attorney's Office has a message.
We know who you are,
and we know where to find you.
The gang is accused of operating inside and outside of Central California jails. Alex Stone, ABC News.
A Colorado funeral home owner who pleaded guilty earlier to charges of stashing 190 dead bodies instead of cremating them has been sentenced to 20 years in prison. John Halford is owner of Return to Nature Funeral Home, and he sent grieving families fake ashes and also pleaded guilty to wire fraud charges. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Elbert County is putting the brakes on Xcel Energy's massive power line project.
This line serves no purpose here for Elbert County, and frankly, I don't care about Denver and Aurora.
County Commission Chair Byron McDaniel and his fellow commissioners voted unanimously to deny permits for a 48-mile stretch of high-voltage transmission lines that Xcel planned to build as part of its $1.7 billion Power Pathway project. Local pushback has been strong. Residents formed the Elbert County Environmental Alliance and say the steel towers would ruin views and threaten land safety. Xcel says it's worked with the community for years and may now take the fight to court or state regulators. CU Boulder says proposed federal budget cuts could slash $54 million in NASA funding, threatening at least 10 research projects, including its Mars Maven mission. The university's space lab relies heavily on NASA contracts to fund 750 jobs. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Revive Organic Soil Treatment.
Well, the good news, the very good news, is that earlier crash that closed I-25 northbound between 104th and 120th has been cleared. We still have a little bit of slowing, but traffic is returning to normal. The usual slowing, fairly heavy northbound I-25 approaching Colfax. We're seeing some fairly heavy traffic.